There is no greater spectacle to ring in the new year other than the Winstel 400. For the 14th year running, we're bringing Daytona back to life, and without a doubt, this field by the numbers is the biggest we've started, with 47 set to take to the start-finish line at the World Center of Racing. Welcome to ABN Studios coverage of the Winstel 400. It's January 4th, 2026, and it's great to be back for another year of action on the Arrow Broadcast Network. Daytona International Speedway is a fitting place to set things off once again as stock car racers get back to business at one of the fastest circuits in the United States. Hosting tonight's broadcast, I am David Kreutz, and I'll be joined today by Christina Ryan, working the controls and commentating as well. Last year, we brought you all the action of Winstel through 2025, and it was a thriller. And so quickly, Christina, we're back at one of our biggest circuits and, without a doubt, the most important individual event. And as you go down through that pit road, you see it as well as I do. This is a packed racetrack. So packed, they're sharing pit stalls down there. We're in for a great one, and the stakes are very high.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be here. Good to see you again back in the booth. It seems like you and Winstel are a very nice pairing as of late, but usually I'm out there on the racetrack, but not for this race. I tend to be up in the booth. It's nice to be up here. I'll say the pressure doesn't start for me this season for a few more weeks, but for these drivers, record-setting field, seeing just a handful of those on display for tonight as we get ready for the final qualifying session and then the race. It is going to be a very memorable one, if for nothing else, for the records broken already. Of course, some changes to the track, some changes to how the cars feel, and it should be one to remember for a very long time. But as you mentioned, yeah, shared pit road, that's going to be a big factor tonight, because I don't believe that these drivers have had to deal with something quite like that before.
We've seen fields of larger than 30 before for this race, and as always, we have more than 50 coming down to try and qualify in through the duels. But we're starting a lot of drivers tonight, as you mentioned, and it's a competitive field. Last year's winner, of course, we're looking at Christian Budd, one of the multiple returning race winners to look at, also on the circuit, and Emily Howe. There is a long list of very well-known drivers who have won this event. You go back to Chris Overland in 2013, and then after that, a few other Coke Series drivers like Logan Clampett or Femi Olat. This race carries prestige. It's no wonder there's so many drivers out here, and of course, a lot of returning drivers who finished well last season. But take a look at the bottom left of your screen there. Overland, Reynolds, Cruz, Wilson, Olat, Clampett, Bowden, Reynolds, and Sean Butler, all notables of eNASCAR competition as of very recent years. And of course, Emily and Christian, who ended up both finishing in the top 5 last year. They're back again, both returning winners in that sense. A lot of success historically, a lot of recent drivers coming back for more, and even though Daytona is very unpredictable, there's no reason to believe those drivers can't do it again based on their recent results, which is interesting to mention. Top 2 drivers are also the 2 most recently returning winners. They figured something out.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, those are some of the stronger plate racers that we've seen on the Winstel Cup Series sides of things as well. Of course, that doesn't start up until a little later in the spring with the 2007 season, but this has always been, David, what has sparked off the Winstel festivities for the year, and a very long list as far as sim racing goes as well of drivers who have won one of the longest running events. Of course, always a free-to-enter event as well. It's the biggest purse, at least as far as I'm aware of an iRacing event. That is free to enter on an annual basis, and of course, well over 2 full grids worth of drivers showing up to try to make this race. There was the second chance qualifier as well. Last night we had the last call qualifier, which came down to a strategy play to get 4 final drivers in, and now it's time for the big show. So this will be the exciting one. Of course, qualifying the front row already is locked in. Those are the only 2 drivers that are locked in. But we see some of the drivers getting ready for the single car qualifying to determine spots 3 through 47.
And that's a long row of drivers to look at. Of course, you mentioned it. This race, the action begins before the year even begins. Most of the time, of course, drivers preparing, and then it becomes about heat racing all the way till the very end. And when you talk about that top two lineup, can you refresh the viewers here as to who's sitting on the pole and the outside pole?
Yeah, give me just a second to double check my notes before I say something wrong. But it is Nick Doucette and Kevin McAdams that are on the front row. However, from what it sounds like, Kevin McAdams might be in a bit of bother already. He's not going to be making this field with flat tires while coming home from work in the real world. So he might make it, he might not. We're not exactly sure. But Kevin McAdams already in trouble before this race has even began. And that's heartbreaking considering he is a front row starter.
Yeah, here's to hoping for McAdams. That makes that fourth place spot very valuable because that'll bring the outside line up and move everyone. So that could take fourth to second and so on and so forth. So watch out for that. We're watching Ken Campbell right now, one of the first to get on the racetrack. And this gives us a perfect view of that Gen 6 stock car. We're not working with the next gens today. We're going back in time, what is unbelievably more than a half decade ago now, all the way back to 2020, 21 at the very latest. And this is a package that it generates close racing. It's designed to not maybe the best thing at the intermediates when it comes to slowing down the package, but when it comes to super speedways, these are durable cars. They can take the beating and banging. They're pretty boxy, which means you can get close and comfortable, and they're fast. Coming across the line, down to the apron. Campbell's lap time is in. That's a 47.071. That goes for 21st, and right now at the top of the board is the 24, Brandon McKissick, as we take a look for others on track.
Yeah, and McKissick currently leading, but again, he's not going to be the pole position driver, but is looking to be shoe-in for P3 right now. Here's Josh Chin, I think opting perhaps to run 2 laps. I'm not sure if this lap's going to count or if he's just running extra laps at this point. Currently scored his 11th on our ticker, but still looking to see some other drivers who have yet to qualify. Let's see if Parker Alexander's put in his lap yet. He's not on track at the moment, but yeah.
Gap between those top two in this round of qualifying is less than 100th of a second, and that is for third in qualifying. The 94, however, and that's Brennan McGee, might be in a slightly better spot because, again, outside, and the second row outside could be moved up. So those are very valuable positions that both of them have, but with a minute remaining and more than 40 times in, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many surprises. There's Lucas Davila pulling it down and in, looking at the number 0 now, and that's a 00 on the racetrack. Peter Sminata, and you'll see Peter making it down the back straightaway. Looks like one and only one lap he'll have time for here, and he's one of the final 5 without a lap yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Headed off into turn 3 now. Trying to see if he can put himself up in a good position, of course. One of the final cars to go, one of the final cars that'll have the opportunity to turn a lap, and as he comes through the tri-oval using that apron through the Geico restart zone and across the line, it's going to be good enough for a top 10. The rookie puts it in 9th place, so a great lap from Peter Smetana to put that Chevrolet in the front 5 rows.
That's a strong run with the last moments. I mean, look at that top 10, separate by only 4/100ths of a second. Jeremy Davis, last man across the line. That will be good for 42nd. And the difference between those 2 laps that we just saw, within a half a second, and that can cost you up to 40 positions. We got some good news on Kevin McAdams. It looks like we will see the original front row in its fullness. So McAdams will be starting, and that's going to bump us up again to the 47 that we expect to see taking the green flag very soon. But Christina, before we get there, I believe we have someone we'd like to speak to.
Yeah, absolutely. We're here with the number 54 of Brandon Cruz, obviously a former winner here, and once again taking the green flag. Cruz, few minutes before the race starts, you have a second to talk to us. What's on your mind as we get ready to go racing again for another year in the Winstel 400?
Yeah, thanks for giving me this time. I just want to take like 40 minutes just to say thank you for everybody involved being part of this event, all the viewers out there. It's been a decade since I won this race, and the reason why I'm here, the reason why this race is still going on through its 14th year is the friendships, the community, everything that Winstel has embodied. I've met a lot of people in this race in person. This is not just a race for me with just random people online. These are my friends, people I consider family, and this race just means a lot to everybody involved. And I just want to say thanks for everybody showing up, everybody just being a part of this, and you know, being a part of this week. Same to you guys. Thank you for broadcasting. And I still think the storyline is going to be Rex with people hitting the wall on the top side of the corners. But I just want to wish everybody the best of luck, and just thank you for everybody making this event a success, you know, into its 14th year. And I'm looking forward to year 15 next year.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having the second to chat with this cruise. Good luck, and maybe we'll be talking to the first two-time winner in the Winstel 400 by the time it's all said and done.
Well, that is Blake Reynolds. I would like to hopefully be the second two-time winner, but yeah, best of luck to you guys up there. Hopefully it's fun to watch.
Yeah, thanks. So we'll see if Cruz can get it done, the Texas native. I've had the pleasure to meet him in real life on a number of occasions, and you cannot find a better character to hang out with. He's probably my favorite person to tailgate with on a weekend for a real-life race. So, of course, as he mentioned, this means a lot to him. A lot of people circle this as the first big event of the year, and some of them the biggest event they run all year. So they all try to find their pit boxes, David. It's going to be an exciting one. Why don't we talk a little bit here while we have the opportunity about the track we're racing on? Of course, it's Daytona. Just about everybody knows about Daytona, but what are we looking at here on this historic speedway?
Well, first and foremost, you got to deal with those curves. They are big and they are high, over 30 degrees of banking through all of them. And that's really what brings the magic to Daytona. You, in theory, never have to lift off the gas. When you're around a lot of drivers, sometimes you have to let off and keep that chain going, yes, but it is speed, and that's what the trick is. It's an easy track to drive, but very hard to master when you have to work around a lot of other people. 2.5 miles, you got 3 or 4 lanes of racing action all throughout the circuit, and today we're going for an 80% run of that flagship 500-miler held in February. Of course, that's the real race today, 400 miles for 160 laps, and by all means, conditions are mild. Tires shouldn't be too much of a concern, but with the length that we are racing, we definitely could see multiple stops come into the equation. That depends on how long we go green. Fuel capacity tonight is just under 100 miles just on a run-to-run basis, so I think that one pit stop is going to happen no matter what. But if we stay clean, or if we don't, we could see more pit stops here. The strategy game is going to become a lot bigger as the night goes on. And even though this track seems simple in qualifying and practice, when you put all 47 together on the track at once, things become very, very different.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worth noting here as well that, you know, as far as super speedways go, you know, you're not used to having tires be a huge issue, but as far as super speedway events go, it is going to matter a decent amount. Granted, in the last call qualifier, it was drivers taking no tires that ended up winning the race, but that was only a 40-lap race. So with how the handling has been, how these cars have been getting tight and getting up into the outside safer barrier, how the handling has gone away, it is going to run a bit more like an old school plate race if they can keep it pointed in the right direction. The tires are definitely going to matter, but it will be a huge gamble that could pay off, especially late in the race, to go with no tires, 2 tires. There is going to be a lot of strategy on hand for us tonight.
And with such a big field, you'll have that incentive, of course, to jump everyone around you. I don't know what it's going to be like for that back half of the field. If you're outside of 25th, you're stuck. I mean, even if you make up a few spots, you really don't see the leader. And that's going to be challenging, but there's a lot of time, so hopefully these guys are patient to get things started, as Tristan Baker looks to be the fastest in warm-up here, and he's just about pulled it to the side, which can only mean one thing: we're about to go racing for the 14th annual Winstel 400. I think everyone's about as excited as we are, as it's about time.
Yeah, absolutely, and without waiting a whole lot longer, we'll go ahead and get things started here with our starting grid. To fire things off for what is going to be an extremely exciting race tonight. So, get that pulled up here. There we go. Well, that's a bit ahead of where we went. There we go. It's Brandon McKissick and Brendan McGee on the front row. But again, that front row, a little shuffled. It should be Kevin McAdams on the front row alongside. So that's what it's telling us. And then as we move a bit further, it's Jacob Potak and Mitch Samedu. From here on out, it should be as you see it. So row 3 will be Nick Doucette and Ethan Eckert, one of the rookies in the number 12 machine, starting from 6th place. Sean Butler, previous winner. Nate Stewart alongside in row number 4. As we saw in qualifying, Peter Smetana putting that car in the top 10 alongside the ABN world champion, Nick Pressey, rounding out the top 10. David?
Now you've got, looking at row 6, former race winner Emily Howe alongside Josh Chin, 2 formidable drivers. The number 70, the all-yellow Aaron Smith, the 70 in row 7, alongside Lucas Davila in 4. Row 8 sees Kevin McAdams. Kevin McAdams, a veteran, alongside Ashley Kolinix in the 22. That 9th row will consist of Christian Budd and Bryce Saucier. And of course, Saucier, knowing well Nicholas Pressey Motorsport. Row 10 sees a rookie in Matthew Baker, and Sean Pellig rounds out the top 20 as they run.
Tristan Baker, who we were just looking at, fastest in happy hour there with Louis Ettinger, a rookie behind him. Jose Solis Jr. and Craig Lautenschlag are going to line up just behind in the Pennzoil and Citgo cars. Battle of the oil brands there. As you got Dylan Jones and Andrew Ferrinares in row number 13. Followed by Michael Sturgill and Jacob Bradley on row 14. Row 15 going to consist of Andy Trippiano and Ken Campbell. Ryan Moyer and Ryan A. Hill will be in row number 16. Joseph Pechota and Gabe Mauricio in row number 17. Row number 18 is Brandon Cruz Monsivice, who we just talked to, and Ty McWhirter is another one of the rookies sitting inside the top 40, which sounds odd to say with how many cars we have. It's still a good result. Justin Melillo, who made it in on one of those cars on last call qualifying alongside Philip Snipes. Row number 20 is Alex Bates, who also made it in the last call qualifying last night, with David Petchel is the rookie. And now we move our way to outside of the top 40 with Mitchell Howell, another one of the rookies, and Jeremy Davis. Row number 22 is Carmen Sienna, ABN's very own flagship driver, and Colt Huff, a couple of rookies at the tail end there. And then row 23 is Eric Schur and Cody Nagels. And Parker Alexander in the number 63, that beautiful tribute to Greg Biffle, rounding out the field for tonight's event.
And talk about the field we have. A lot of drivers returning from success last year. Of course, we've seen Emily Howe. We've discussed Jose Solis, Brennan McGee, Kevin McAdams, McKissick. These are the drivers, of course, who succeeded time and time again. So I would say if there are any picks to make before we get the ball rolling here, and I'm sure every driver, every fan has their perspective on who's going to win. I think the drivers are rooting for themselves, Christina. But before we get to this one, do you have anyone in mind you think is the favorite to get the job done?
Well, I'll tell you what, you can't go wrong with any of the previous winners. We mentioned Christian Budd, Emily Howe, Brandon Cruz, and Sean Butler. They're all going to be threats to try and get their second wins in this great race. But look at that car in the second row, that McDonald's number 94. I think this is going to be probably one of the fan favorite stories as we get the one to go here. That is Brennan McGee. Nobody wants to win this race worse than him. Nobody has been in position to win this race more times than him. Nobody has been so close and yet so far more times than him. Brennan McGee is going to get it done tonight. Not quite 20 years of trying and 20 years of frustration, but pretty darn close. I think the 94 finally gets it done and gets his Cinderella story.
I think that's a pretty good one to look at. I mean, when you look at this top 20, it's pretty hard, but for some reason in mind, my eyes are shifted to the 75 of Jose Solis. I'm looking at, of course, It's a big field. You have to shift a few rows down to take a good look at him. But he's got himself some good position right now. And not only that, he's veteran company. And you mentioned Brennan McGee and being in those positions. I think that is a huge deal. And that also plays in mind when you look at how Salas has done at this event before. Succeeded in achieving a top 5 last year. And the package is still pretty similar. The field, it's a similar grouping. I think Jose Salas is one of those drivers with the expertise to carry it through. So I'll say Salas, but I will tell you this much. Brennan McGee in an even better position qualifying-wise. And when we're talking about Winstel, who else but Brennan McGee? I think that's a great one to go with as well.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And with how big this field is and how many cars we had to trim, no matter who gets it into victory lane, it'll be probably one of the most well-earned Winstel 400 victories of all time. We have a record-setting field. The stands are packed on this early January afternoon, and we're getting ready to bring the action here and bring you 400 miles of racing around the high banks of Daytona. Thank you all for being here with us. Thank you to all who helped make it happen. Wish these drivers all good luck on their venture and journey to try and get this trophy. Get ready to crank up the volume. That Mustang pace car is about to head down pit lane, David.
It's about time as Barney the flagman has set Fred Jones in the pace car will go and take that hard left turn, and it's no fun when racing goes on vacation, but it's about time now in 2026 to bring it back up to speed, led by the front row. Formidable as they come, it's about time to go nearly 200 miles an hour for 160 laps. Green flag for the 14th annual Winstel 400. We are underway, led now into turns 1 and 2. They're double file, 47 cars deep.
See already the number 12 jump into that outside line to try and make it 3 wide. Going to see if anybody's going to want to go with. This is going to be very critical. Do they play it safe in these first opening laps, or do they try to get what they can? 3 wide on the first lap, neck and neck into turn number 3. But right now it looks like McAdams in the 26 just about going to hang on over Doucette with a push from McGee. Coming out of turn number 4, let's see who leads the first lap of the Winstel 400. McAdams.
Yeah, he'll get it there convincingly, but it is, of course, only just 1 lap. And when you mention the conversation of the opening laps, I got to tell you this much. From a broadcaster's perspective, and I know, Christina, you do it more from both sides, a driver and a broadcaster, than I do now, but when I look at it from this perspective, I consider the entire first half the opening period. You have so much time. You don't want to wreck in the first 5 or 10. The nerves are up, yes, but think about the situation. These first laps are not going to determine who wins, so as we're seeing on the track right now, looks good. Everyone's calm, everyone's collected. Doesn't look like they're out there to wreck each other. But seeing 3 wide on that first lap, it's a little bit hair-raising, but not nerve-wracking yet. A lot of veterans here. They're controlling the pace and the field, so don't be surprised as some drivers get filed 3 wide middle. But I think what you're seeing right now with McAdams in control and McGee right behind him is what you're going to see for the first quarter of this race at minimum, so the first 40 laps. Drivers are just going to be calm and collected, and I think, honestly, that's the way they should approach it until at least we get into the triple-digit conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see a huge check up there on the inside line as we ride on board with Brandon Cruz. This is what it's like a little further back in the field. You see the leaders up ahead, but you mentioned it is chaotic. You might not want to see 3 wide right so early. Not a ton of people taking that 3 wide opportunity, but you got to keep in mind how many drivers tried to make this race and how many drivers didn't make the cut. These are the best of this group. They should be more used to this and should be more equipped. And how many veterans we have in the field too. This isn't anything that these drivers can't handle. So you see Carmen Sienna go flying on the outside lane. It looks like that's the one that's moving right now, McAdams ahead of Doucette.
Yeah, interesting. The outside getting a great launch, and sometimes at Daytona, the inside comes away dominant, and usually it does. And I think that's just a trend. Regardless of package, usually that's the case. But there is strength in numbers on that outer group. But oh, watch this, a little bit of rebellion. 3 wide, 2 rows deep for the first time all night long. And now, looks like Kevin McAdams in a little bit of a bind. He tries to block high, can't get there. He has to go to the middle. Brendan McGee up to the top of the board. He'll lead his first lap.
Yeah, these guys are wasting no time getting after it. Now, I used to say it was 1 row, then it was 3 rows. Now it looks like 3 by 3 by 3, at least 5 rows deep. McGee leads over with a push of Eckert. You can see even our computer's having a hard time keeping up with all the action here. But 3 wide and multiple rows down the back straightaway. What a great way to start this race, but hopefully they can keep all the fenders on it. You do not want to get your car tore up this early on in the race.
And now you've got the rookie of Ethan Eckert running inside not only the top 5, but now running in second. Eckert's one of the youngest guys in this field. I had the experience of broadcasting when he was doing Thursday nights on FTN, and this is his first leg of experience in Winstel 400 competition. Safe to say, he's climbed up pretty fast, but now he's got to build the relationship and get back to business. Second place as they run, and he is working and just trying to keep it together on that firm high side. What's it going to take now for him to get comfortable, to get him to trust Daytona? And that's where things become more challenging. You run flat out, but when you're around other people, sometimes you check up. Sometimes you have to move out of the way. Now is a communication game. New drivers getting up there. We got 2 rookies in the top 10. How will they manage as some guys who have been here for more than 10 years are racing against them for the first time?
Yeah, you could tell me that Eckert was not a rookie, and I'd have believed you with how he's driving right now. That's the most important thing, is just try to hold your line. Don't give any bad bumps. Just play it safe and make yourself known that you can be someone who can get to the front of the field. You're doing a lot of high school era kind of popularity contest in the first half of this race, trying to make yourself known as someone who can push, someone who can be pushed, someone who can handle themselves in the pack. And, you know, maybe you'll catch the eye of some drivers right now. Brendan McGee thinking, wow, he's keeping me out in the front of the field. Well, he just dumped me. I'm never going to help him again for the rest of the race. So, you know, things like that. But that's the thing with Eckert there. He made a great move, saw Nate Stewart had momentum on the bottom, jumped down to pick up the lead, and now he finds himself leading the Winstel 400 and is going to lead this lap. So a great move by the rookie and a great push there from the veteran of Nate Stewart to get him there.
And that was a textbook example of the game of communication and trust. So quickly now, you're going to see a shift in the lineup. Ethan Eckert in control, and, well, Brendan McGee is going to fall pretty quickly back right there. Dropping to the inside and doing it the way he did wasn't much a surprise. Ethan Eckert worked it out as simple as it came, but watch now, Nate Stewart going to give him that same treatment and drop himself lower, take Eckert back to the high side. Now that top groove is a little slower, the inside reigns supreme. Wow, Eckert, risky block there as he tries to get the outside back in control.
Yeah, welcome to being a rookie in Winstel. That is kind of the crash course there. Lead a lap and then get shuffled out of the pack. Nate Stewart, who had to make this race on the transfer last night, back to the front of the field. Now it's no surprise to see him in the field, of course, but the way that he had to do it was definitely more stress than he was hoping for. Again, apologies for some of the issues here. Again, 47-car field, way more than what we're really used to here, but yeah, we'll see if we can get our eyes on it here and get it under control as we move on to the race. But right now, single file about 10 rows deep.
Nate Stewart up in front leading over the 93 now, and that's going to be Joshua Chin, 2 drivers who are no strangers to one another with experience in the Open Super Speedway Racing League. Now they're ahead again on the 26th of Kevin McAdams. Ethan Eckert drops back to P5. You got the number 11, another rookie getting up there, Mitchell Cimetto, and suddenly your top 5 is nearly 50-50 rookies and veterans. Looking through a little bit more of that rookie influence up in front of a 40-plus car field, but to this point, they've been able to keep pace solidly. 47 drivers spread by 10 seconds. Only 2 drivers now out of the pack, and that's all the way at the back of the field. The number 63 of Parker Alexander, and looks like the number 15 of Hill all the way behind. But everyone else has maintained pace calmly and consistently, and through the first 10 laps, it is still a full house, which is a little bit trickier now to watch, but that's just how big this pack is. Across the line, Doucette, Nicholas Doucette, keeps himself in front. He's got the lead.
Yeah, he still sits out front, and the rookie of Eckert still did a nice job. It's worth noting he's still sitting up there. He moved to the front, got shuffled out, and has now worked his way back up and pushing Nick Doucette. So hopefully these issues won't stick with us for the entire race. But yeah, right now, Linus Stern on the top and Doucette back in control from the front of the field.
Still double file after these leaders. At least it's calm and collected in that sense. But there's pros and cons with that right now. We're opening up for a long fuel window. But, oh, it's dicier. A little bit outside the top 10. Seen some small 3-wide blips back and forth. But with everyone giving each other space, I don't think we're going to be seeing yellow flags or any big blips in the action anytime soon. Doucette over Eckert, but just barely. They're close, side by side, but no contact. And as long as that's the way it stays, we should be able to keep this green flag running. And the longer things go on, hopefully we can get some time to figure out these issues here. But stay with us because it is tight and contentious. Top 10, 0.4 of a second through the opening 12 laps.
Yeah, unfortunately, only 2 of us in the booth right now, and just trying to figure out the issues have killed just about every other program that's not pertinent to being able to give you any pictures tonight. So very unfortunate, of course, iRacing getting tougher and tougher each day to run on any machine, but doing our best as Matthew Baker goes to the lead, another rookie to the front of the field in the 0.5 machine.
"13 laps in, out of 160 here. Things still rolling. We're keeping it clean. And as they run another rookie up in front. So 2 rookies have led so far today. But as you see, I think we got to take a little bit of time away here, and we'll be back momentarily just to figure out these issues and bring you coverage the rest of the way. Stay with us on ABN Esports. I think it's best now. We'll take a step back, figure things out, and bring you the rest of more than 140 laps of racing right after this. With all well, 16 laps in out of 160, it is a rookie, as we mentioned before, at the top of the board. Welcome back to coverage on Arrow Broadcast Network of the 14th annual Winstel 400. I'm David Kreutz with our producer Christina Ryan doing the magic behind the scenes to bring us back in action. Great to be back, and even greater now to get a good look at your new leading driver. Take a look at the rookie, Baker, up at the top of the board, and now right behind him, a former race winner in Emily Howe. Matthew has now led 3 laps. He's got Kolinix right behind, then the 0-3 of Jones, and working up to the top 5, Jose Salas for the first time, as we now have 2 rookies in the top 10, and they're another different bunch than the ones we've seen before. Rookies definitely on the rise tonight.
Yeah, and it's not so much even that there's a ton of rookies, it's just that the rookie field, there's a decent amount, but the rookie class has just been very strong this year, and we're seeing that this could be the year of the rookies as a 0-3 machine all over the back bumper of our leader in Baker. That is Jones right up the back bumper. Dylan Jones, to be exact, started 25th, moved his way up to second, but there's a couple of previous winners on the bottom of the racetrack there with the 81, and rather Emily Howe on the top of the racetrack, but that 81 machine of Sean Butler almost didn't make the start. He's going to be in the inside line, started in 7th and is now sitting in P2 on the inside and leading the bottom in the Pennzoil machine with pole sitter Nick Doucette right behind.
Sean Butler comfortable within this lead fight, and another who's looking to get a lead lap credited toward him. Brennan McGee has been able to recover from falling out of the lead and being dropped on the outside. But in the meanwhile, we'll take a look now at one of our biggest movers. 43rd to start, 25th as they run. Carmen Sienna, she is pulling through in her first Winstel 400 start, and now is in the mid-pack, which starting dead or nearly dead last and making it up to this point. Remarkable effort. Carmen now looking for what could be 20 spots gained, and there it is, 23rd to 43rd in a 3-wide fight. Carmen 3 up high, nowhere to run if there's anything that happens.
Yeah, that's the scary part about this. She's making great distance. We saw her moving up through the field earlier in the race as well, but this is the sketchiness. You can see up close how much everybody's moving around here. It is so terrifying in this situation. You've got to be ice cold and be able to keep your composure here, because if you're the person who's wiggling around, you're going to make things worse. This is on board with the helmet camera of Carmen Sienna. This is what she's seeing out the front windshield. She can't really see anything with how big these spoilers are, how boxy these cars are. You can listen to how often she's lifting out of the throttle. Up at the front of the field, Baker and Nagels side by side, 2 rookies leading the field. Your heart rate's probably close to 100, because even though the cars aren't real, the pressure is very real, and it's just as intense as a real race in some situations.
Absolutely. Stakes are high, and as a matter of fact, Carmen has gotten by a driver who's led laps today in Ethan Eckert and is only 2 spots behind another in Joshua Chin. So quickly you can go from the highest part of the racetrack, of course, high and mighty leading, going back to the mid-pack. You can get sifted up, sifted down. You'll probably go both ways a few times over the course of 160 laps, and I don't think any of these drivers who are veterans in the game are too surprised with that. Rookies, first and second. Then you'll have Dylan Jones, and you'll have Sean Butler right behind. Butler pushing on the inside, but again, the outer groove with a slight advantage. They're about evenly numbered, but it looks like there's been something different about this outside for most of the race so far that's led them to good success.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's your pick to win tonight's race. Jose Solis Jr. sitting up in that outside lane in the 8th place currently, right behind Ashley Kolinix in that number 22. You got Emily Howe, of course, on that outside as well. And there's Brendan McGee, my pick to win this race on the inside line. So we're not doing too bad for ourselves. But a lot of the Winstel regulars up at the front of the field. This is not unexpected. Of course, some of these drivers have run every single Winstel 400 at this point. But Jose making his way up through the field here, the Connecticut native, and as we take a look at the story of his race so far, he started a little bit deeper in the field in 23rd and has made his way very nicely into the top 10 and is alongside, I believe, that's the 99 of Andrew Ferrynares, another one of the drivers that have been in the Winstel Cup Series in the last few seasons.
We talk about that Winstel Cup Series, few of the drivers today who, of course, are taken to the track in that circuit. Nicholas Doucette, Emily Howe. I mean, no doubt about it, with that experience, and Brandon McKissick as well, those are drivers who were just in the top 10, to name a few, of last season's action. Well, now that we look at it, of course, the Winstel 400 is a big race for this group, but also coming throughout the year, the 2007 season, broadcast here on ABN, and of course, hitting the track this spring, as you see on the bottom left. If you're interested in retro-style racing, Gen 4 stock car era, and of course 2007, right before that move over to the car of tomorrow, visit discord.gg/Winstel and find out how you can learn more. Winstel 400 is a yearly event which goes alongside their yearly seasons, and it's a great group of drivers from, of course, all ranges of experience. If you want to start your career, visit their Discord server, and of course we'll see all the action on ABN all year long. Great onboard perspective here. The pushing, the shoving, that's what it's all about. It's nose to nose, and Matthew Baker as the leader is definitely feeling it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is the kind of racing we're going to expect in the 2007 season. We do have several races with the car tomorrow, so that'll be another fun thing for these drivers to tackle. I've got many of the drivers in this field going to be in that. I can't wait to get after that one. I got the number 84 Red Bull machine, so that'll be fun, but not as much fun as Matthew Baker leading the field right now for sure. But look at Emily Howe down there trying to make some momentum on the inside line. Previous winner, one of the best plate racers on the service, and stuff like that is exactly why. A great push from another former winner in the number 81 machine, and they're side by side for the lead.
Across our last 2 years of racing, Emily Howe has averaged a finish 1.5 at the Winstel 400, winning 2 years ago, last year finishing second. So when it comes down to the history, there really is no one who's been better over the last few years than Emily. And so it's no surprise that now 25 laps in, we got Emily leading as we come up on one of our lappers here, Lewis Ettinger. Lewis, rookie in the number 44, and last time by 4 seconds slower than the pack. I think now you're going to see some troubles as Lewis falls back. You'll see he's reported as 31st on the racetrack. That is not the case. Lewis is further behind. Thanks to remedying the graphics issues, some of the guys in the back of the field won't have their numbers properly reported yet. That could have been some trouble there, but nonetheless, very far back in the field, our first lap traffic of the day dealt with by the fans, of course, seeing the drivers going by, and number 44 now going to be 1 lap back.
And this early in the race, obviously you don't want to be going a lap down, but you'll see him tuck into the tail end of the field there and try and catch the draft. Not the end of the world. With the lucky dogs, you can get, wow, big aggressive block there from Baker to jump up in front of Emily Howe. And Emily's going to get into the fence a little bit and check up. Very lucky that that wasn't worse. We've had a lot of drivers end up in the fence and lose a ton of momentum. So very lucky to get away with just a tap. But the aggressive blocking here from these rookies at the front is keeping them out front. But I'm sure that might not make many friends once it gets down to crunch time. And as you can see, back to the bottom there to very nearly clear himself off the number 6 Baker and Howe side by side. The 81 of Butler sticking with Emily Howe. That is a very strong outside line. The first 4 cars, Emily Howe, Sean Butler, Jose Solis Jr., and Kevin McAdams. That's good company on that outside lane.
27 laps in out of 160, make it 28 there. Emily blocking again on the high side, and from being in trouble just about a lap ago to getting back to the lead. No surprise, even in those treacherous moments, a veteran like Emily still has control. Now it's going to be Baker running in third as Sean Butler's trying to eke it out there for P2. 3 rookies in the top 10. Returning to that conversation is Ethan Eckert in the 12. Eckert getting by Kolinix and Nicholas Doucette. And now it's double file all the way around again. Here is a ride on board with Brennan McGee. Brennan currently in the 14th spot and formerly leading laps, leaving the door wide open on the inside, trying to get a little bit of a slingshot move going there, and that's a textbook move. All drivers use one time or another, letting some space up and letting the drivers ahead, letting that air patch pull them right in. Helps them out with staying quick and might give some room to make some passes, but right now, looks like Brennan is comfortable on that inside and hasn't seen or shown any signs of trying to get out there just yet.
Yeah, well, he's not too much of a panic. He knows he can get himself back to the front. Another of the very, very good plate racers, of course. He has seen a lot of success on plate tracks, just not been able to get it done for the Winstel 400. But see that rookie in the number 12 machine trying to get back up there? Eckert was leading laps earlier, shuffled back a little bit. Got to be careful not to get too antsy. Be patient. There's still a lot of race left. We're only 30 laps into this thing, David. We are going to be seeing our first round of pit stops sooner rather than later at this point. And this could be only the second time all weekend throughout the whole speed weeks that we've had green flag pit stops. The other time we had green flag pit stops last night in the last call qualifier, and that did not go without its own fair share of issues in the pit lane. So critical moment, first really critical moment of this race coming up soon.
Well, that's pretty unnerving because tonight drivers are probably, as we saw in practice and qualifying, they're going to be sharing pit stalls, which means that not everyone's going to have their own space. More than likely, more than 10 drivers will not have their own space. And there's some early calls being made. Lap 30, Eckert among others who just went in. And now the first bundle decides to drop through. That's going to be 5 that go in at lap number 30. And it's going to be a short pull to pit road that leaves most of the field out on track. And a new group with new strategy at lap 30.
Yeah, a lot of the rookies coming in together, including those front 2 cars at the start. We'll see, say, Eckert, who led laps earlier. The number 6 machine gets dropped. Do they take 4 tires or 2 is the question. Nagel's going to take 4. Looks like Eckert also going to take 4 tires. And there comes Parker Alexander into the pit lane, the 10. You can see this is the hectic part with cars coming in and out of the pits, but off and away they go. And back at the front of the field, we have the caution flag is out now. So first caution of the day comes out on lap 31, and I wonder if that wasn't related to cars trying to get on and off pit road.
Well, it's no surprise it happened around that time, but most of the field looks to be intact. So
yeah, it doesn't look like anything
wondering
huge.
what would have caused it there.
Unfortunately, because of the trimmed field, we might not even be able to see it because there's still well over 40-something cars on the racetrack. We'll see if we can go back in time here and see what the leaders were doing. See if we can't catch a glimpse of what might have brought this out. Might not be able to see it because we were looking at some of the other cars in the pit lane. That's the trick here, but just looking back through the replay to see if anything could have given us a good idea. I don't
Maybe
know
as
that we
that
would have
group
caught
went
it.
down to pit road.
Somebody might have spun is what I would think, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think our cameras were able to catch that. Nobody in the front bit of the field out of the sorts from what I could tell, but yeah, nothing we're going to be able to see, unfortunately, but we'll try to get back on that and see if anybody was severely affected in that event. But this is going to give a lot of these drivers an opportunity to pit, but this might not be such a good thing because the green flag pit stops, people coming out, of course, in groups. Getting onto pit road is the tricky part, but now we're going to have about 40 cars coming down pit lane at the same time. This is going to be pretty touch and go for the leaders.
Let's see what happens. To the inside, yep, looks like most of the field is going to go in. And this is huge. Drivers are going to be lined up not only in this first group, but you'll have the second where drivers are in the same pit stall as one another. Let's see, 4 tires, is that going to be the proper recipe, or will we begin to see the calls for 2 tires or even none as everyone comes in this time around? There really are no excuses.
All we see is that I think that was Jacob Potek that slid the box about the 3rd car in line. You see some of that shared pit box action going on now. We saw a lot of the drivers that made green flag pit stops taking 4 tires. Emily Howe, I think, only took 2 that time, though, but we'll see as they come out of the pit lane. A 12.8 would be very quick for a 4-tire stop. Off and away the field comes. It seems like not a whole lot of drama, thankfully. But as the field makes their way out of the pit lane, we'll see how they all shuffled out. Looks like Emily Howe will hold on to the lead with Jose Solis and Ashley Kolinix just behind her.
Emily got away fast in that one, as you mentioned. 12.8 second time. Good for, just barely 4. And that's going to be the lead for Emily off of pit road. A few drivers going to be holding out, it appears, as we all get cycled together again. Now we're about a lap away from going green for our first restart of the night. Close to the quarter-way mark of this race.
Yeah, and it was a pretty good start. We were worried. We heard Cruz talking about it in the pre-race show, a bit worried about what might happen or how these things might unfold with how many crashes we've had in the events leading up to the main event this afternoon. But so far, it's been a great start, really clean start all around. And right now, we got a couple of cars trying to get the wave around. It looks like the number 6 of Cody Nagels is the first driver that is being scored on the lead lap and will have the lead. Of course, made that pit stop under green and stayed ahead on the lead lap, so will re-inherit the lead along with the number 12 machine of Eckert. And I believe also bringing with is Dylan C. Jones and Andrew Ferry. Of course, Emily won the battle off pit road of the lap, or the cars that had yet to pit will end up, it seems, 5th place once we get the green flag again.
Field will double file up now. Cody in control. Alongside him, Eckert. And these few holdouts are in a pretty good position. Tires aren't going to be too big a difference between those who are on old and new sets. And fuel isn't going to be too different between them as well. So, by all means, the majority of the field now on the same cycle even after the caution, and accounting for guys who went in before the yellow flag. There's Parker Alexander. You got Matthew Baker. A few drivers now pulling themselves together as we line up, get back going.
Yeah, was just trying to keep tabs on some of those cars that got the wave around there to keep everybody up to speed, of course. But as they now cycle out, this is the leaders as they make their way down the super stretch once again. We'll be taking the green flag on lap 35 of 160. And I'll tell you what, I had goosebumps on the initial drop of the green flag. It was an extremely exciting first few laps. I'm looking forward to seeing that again. The 2x2 action didn't really ever stop once we got green flag, but there's something about watching them get up through the gears that first time always, especially after this being such a long off season. Oh, it's so good to see again.
And now, new faces up in the front getting a chance to lead it their way. And that's a completely different feeling. Of course, now you got drivers who are not veterans getting this opportunity. And with money on the line, and not only that, the prestige of this race, it's a big deal.
Absolutely. Pace car going to take that hard left turn once again into the pit lane, which, by the way, it was worth noting we didn't have a chance to touch on it. The commitment cone got moved forward just a touch with the oval refresh and not too much time, so the driver's going to have to navigate that all night. Of course, most of them getting to get familiar with that yellow cone there under the caution flag this time, but green flag back in the air. We're ready to go racing again here at Daytona.
Top three with a big break. And
yeah, caution back out immediately.
Restart. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not really sure there what happened. That was an extremely, well, it was a very odd restart to say the very least. I'm not sure why everybody pulled away like that, and I think that might be why the caution came back out. Now the question is whether somebody ran someone over coming to the line or not. We're not positive, but we'll rack them up and try again here. We'll see if we can have a look back and see if we caught it. But
that was a messy launch from everyone regardless. Oh, stack up perhaps, but even then.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. We zoom out a bit. I don't see anybody in our immediate periphery that's backwards. I feel like, again, David, this is one of those deals where if it was going to happen, it was probably going to be towards the tail end of the field, and unfortunately our cameras wouldn't have picked it up. But I would imagine a little concertina effect in the back of the field causing this to either spin somebody out or somebody gets run into the back of somebody, and especially with 48 cars, 47 cars on the field, you can see a little bit of contact there between the, I think that was the 46 and the 20 already. So if that's happening in the 10th row, you can only imagine how bad it is in the 21st row. But yeah, several drivers going to be caught off guard by that. It's worth noting we have 32 cars on the lead lap. Checking my scoring here, it looks like Brennan McGee, Kevin McAdams, Jacob Bradley, Ty McWhirter, Jeremy Davis, Craig Lautenschlager, Nate Stewart, Justin Melillo, all at least one lap down. Ryan A. Hill, Parker. I'm not sure if that's actually correct, but Ethan Eckert will pick up the pace car though as we get ready for the second caution flag with a little bit of a restart checkup. So
2 yellows in the past 5 laps. A little bit different from how we started things, but hopefully that restart shuffle is just an anomaly, and we'll pick things up with solid business from here. Andy Trupiano in the number 71 enters the top 10, and you'll see there Jacob Potak right behind Ashley Kolinix in the number 22 for 7th. Emily Howe, Jose Salas now closer to one another as they are the back half of the top 10, and it looks like still most of the field is with us. Back of the field, if we take a look down there, I believe we have Carmen Sienna in the mid-30s. We looked through our timing table and saw Carmen's been up and down on the day. One of the drivers who moved up more than 20 places, but with these shuffles, things change, and so now 37 laps in out of 160. Slowing down and looking through again. There's Carmen among the few who went down to pit road. So strategy changes slightly, maybe for some who were involved in the troubles. That looked like the 81 of Sean Butler on the way out.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for some of those drivers further back in the pack to top up on fuel, maybe see if they can't get themselves a little off sequence. Sometimes you do want to be off sequence because it opens up more opportunities for you, but it can bite you if you're not being careful. But I'm also just trying to look through and see if there's any cars towards this tail end of the field that maybe have damage or have picked up some scrapes along the way that we didn't catch. I see a little bit of damage on the tail end of the number 44 machine of Lewis Ettinger, but remember they lapped him not too long ago, so he was already a lap down before that. But yeah, just trying to sort our way through the field and see if there's anything we might have missed. Surely there was a bit that we missed, but we'll try and get tabs on that now. But they are double filed, and the flag has been shortened, so it'll be a quickie yellow, and the pace car is about to pull off, and we'll hopefully get this thing back underway for real this time.
Second time, hopefully the charm to stay green now is at lap 38. We're back in business and led again by a rookie on the outside, and as well, one down low. It'll be Cody Niegels doing the honors, and still the top two broke away well, but everyone else looks a little closer.
Yeah, absolutely. They work their way through the high banks once again, and this time we actually get to grab third gear and maybe even fourth gear as we come out of turn number 2. Emily Howe and Ashley Kolonix on the inside lane, going to have a nice little bit of a run as the front two cars jumped up to the top of Nagels and Jones. See if Emily can make it work on that inside line. The outside line tends to be a little bit better as far as side drafting favoritism goes, but with some very strong drivers on the inside, I'm sure they can figure out a way to make it work if they must. But as it stands right now, Nagels holds strong with a good push from the 03 machine out front.
Dylan Jones, a driver who's made some waves so far tonight. Jones has been in the conversation since about the first 10 laps. Looks like that hasn't changed any different over the course of these last few. Coming up to lap number 40, that's the quarter-way mark on the race. Lap 80 halfway, 120 to three-quarter mark, and of course the big one that everyone's going for, 400 miles, 160 laps. Dylan Jones up 23 places on the day, one of the biggest movers without a doubt. And it looks like right now, comfortable in that second spot and following Cody Niegels. Now, not a lot of these drivers, or I shouldn't say not a lot by default, but not everyone in this group has a lot of teammates. They're all in a big voice chat, or they're in a few voice chats talking with one another. We got a big one of 15 in this Discord server, another with 6 in it, and a few others with about 5 or 10 people. So a lot of these drivers are connected to each other, but do these drivers have the support they need to really have someone they can keep on trusting, like a teammate? Some of these guys have teammates they can work with, some of them don't. But if you don't, how do you find that person that you can trust? For example, Cody Niegels is brand new here, so he might not have a team around him. But what if someone like Dylan Jones can stick around? As you can see here, they're working together pretty well, but will Niegels decide to drop low? Will Jones hang him out to dry? That's still a big question with a lot of time to answer.
Well, we saw that earlier in the race. Remember, we saw some drivers push each other to the front, and then immediately Brennan McGee had someone pull out from behind him and kind of left him hung out to dry. But, you know, your teammates are usually people you've raced with for a long time. Of course, you see Ashley Kolonix and Emily Howe. They might not be the closest friends, but they have a lot of experience racing with each other. They've spent a lot of time on track together, and that really pays off in these situations. But I'll tell you what, David, when it gets down to that point where you're seeing lap 158 or 160, your friend is whatever car is in front of you, and you're going to push it until you blow up. So all this socializing, I know I used it as like a high school lunch table kind of analogy earlier. That's all good and fine, but when it's coming to the checkered flag, you're finding any hole you can, and if you can't find one, you're pushing the nearest car and trying to get yourself to the front. And that's why these guys all start to wad it up towards the end. It's not so much that they don't know how to drive a race car, it's just the pressure gets high, you need to start making low percentage moves, and sometimes you got to push people that either you're not comfortable pushing or people that you feel like, you know, might get you to victory lane in Daytona, but also might send you to the Halifax Medical Center down the road. So it's all about timing, it's all about trust, but it's also about picking your friends and using all your resources, I guess we'll say. Your friends are where you find them the later you get into this race.
I don't even know if at lap 150 some you can call them friends. They're just around you. I mean, that's when it becomes, I mean, they're around you, but are you really going to work with them? I don't know. Not by choice anyway.
We've seen plenty of betrayal. We've seen plenty of betrayal over the years of friends stabbing each other in the back. I remember the Talladega, the big the IGB event at Talladega, an old story about don't look in the mirror, I've got you, don't worry about a thing. And sure enough, coming through the tri-oval, there was a lot more than just one thing to worry about. So yeah, when you're seeing the checkered flag, it doesn't matter if you've been friends for 20 years. Emily Howe is my roommate, and if we're coming to the checkered flag and we can both see it, we're both going to wreck each other coming to that flag. So it's just the nature of the beast. Winning at Daytona, especially winning the Winstel 400, means just about anything, and you'll do just about anything to get it done.
Right now, Cody's trying to block both lanes here, but doesn't look like an uncomfortable job because the inside has been slowing up, and now we're starting to see the rise of that third middle groove just outside the top 10. So it's a little bit tighter, a little bit more competitive, right outside of the leading frame. And that's going to lead me to believe here that maybe someone like Cody or Dylan Jones can get things together now and keep things strong all throughout the race as a two-car pair. I mean, they're working really well with each other, and they have done so now for the better part of the last 10 laps. Can they continue on? Well, we'll figure out, because watch as a former winner, Emily Howe, is back in the mix, and so is Ethan Eckert. Jones not able to clear. He'll stay with Cody, although it looked like Niegels was looking to the inside.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if these guys, I don't know that they're so much thinking about jumping out of line, David. I think they're just trying to side draft and keep Emily back from getting momentum. That's why they're crouching down there and putting that air on those corner panels. You can see, look at that number 12 car, see how big that spoiler is. You can see as Emily pulls that 12 car back a little bit, but that outside line is so much better for side drafting. You can see just as about as she clears, the 12 car gets down on her corner panel, and look at how it pulls her back, and now they stay side by side. That free air for the 0-3 and the 6 really helping them pull away from the rest of this group. So I don't know it's so much, we saw plenty of blocking, don't get me wrong, and we might see a move here from the 6 to the bottom. In fact, we do, but it's kind of hard to read. That's one of the things you have to be aware of and cognizant of as well. Are they blocking? Are they moving lanes? Are they just trying to side draft? It's all these things you have to keep track of. Oh, by the way, while going about 190, 200 miles an hour, in fact, 200 miles an hour, 0.67 for Emily Howe as her fastest lap, and 196 that time with all the side draft on the inside. So you can see how much that really slows you down, having another car on your quarter panel like that.
And for the Gen 6 cars, clipping 200 is a huge deal when it comes to speed. So Emily's going rapid there, and I can imagine some of the drivers who are outside of the top 20 might be able to go as fast as 201 for a full lap just because of all the pull they're getting. Now we're taking a look at that tight fight from the back end perspective. I believe that's going to be Emily getting the push right there. And Ford Mustang getting real close. It is bumper to bumper. And now it really is these two drivers looking nearly interlocked. Ethan Eckert coming up on the high side. And luckily, largely double foul. So it stays calm in that sense. The leaders and the upper pack have done a great job of keeping things consistent up here. At least we've had incidents, but they've been at the back of the field. The leading group, however, has remained calm and collected. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Whoa,
that was
Aaron Smith.
Yeah, is he going to be able to hang on to that? I'm not sure if he got loose, or I don't think he's blown the engine because he's starting to put some pace back into it, but maybe he has blown the engine. Let's see if we can ride on board. No, he's got power. I'm not quite sure what happened to the 77 or the 70 machine there. The bright yellow.
Well, Smith checked up for another driver, but that driver disappeared.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Let's see if we can have a look back. Great save, it must be said. That's the number 71 of Andy Trippiano just in front. We'll ride on board. It's Brandon McKissick to the right-hand side again. This is a replay. Check up. 71 disappears, and yeah, he just gets out of dodge. Great job to get out of the way. I think some net code at play there. That wasn't one of the issues on our end that we were having. That was a situation of the car actually blinking out, the 71 of Trippiano, so I'm not sure what happened there. Unfortunately, out of the draft is Aaron Smith, but great heads-up driving to get out of the way and not make that worse than it needed to be. He'll live to fight another day, but he might need a caution to get back in this thing. But that's all the proof you needed. That checkup was not so unexpected. What was unexpected was the car blinking out of existence, and I think that's what made Aaron jump out of line there. And, all in all, could have been way worse.
Still not sure about what happened there with Tribbiano, because it didn't look like he was making contact with anyone at the time of that checkup.
Yeah.
Either way, though, I mean, Aaron did a great job.
Yeah, it looked like he disconnected or had an issue or of some sort. He has fallen through. It says he manually disconnected, so I'm not sure what really precipitated that. Was just trying to check and see if he was still on track. He's not. So Tribbiano, at least it looks like he's back now. So I'm not sure. It says he's disconnected and came back. So I think an internet issue on Tribbiano's end is why he disappeared like that. But it just happened to come at a really bad time because everybody was checking up in the meantime. So yeah, wow, scary moment. But everybody's still pointing in the right direction. Tribbiano looks like he will get back on track if he can. It shows that he's joined back into the lobby, so we'll keep tabs on that. But as it stands, Nagel still leads with Jones pushing, and Emily Howe and Ashley Kolnick's trying to make it work on the bottom, and you can see Christian Budd, reigning winner of this event, on that inside line now as well. First, we've talked about him today.
Christian's been pretty quiet so far in this session, but doesn't matter. A lot of time, and of course he's the most recent to win it. Emily Howe was able to move the Niegels-Jones party right out of the inside lane and get that back for herself. All the while now, Christian's rolling it inside too. Started 17th. It's not like Christian's really been out of the picture all day long, but instead just laying low, getting out of trouble, and now really looking to put it together.
Yeah.
Christian, great year last year for him. And before you added this, Christina, because you put it on the screen, 2007 season coming up. Christian, second in points last year in the Winstel Cup Series. He's an all-around guy that you'll see all year in ABN.
Oh, absolutely. And he tends to move in silence. It's just silence is a little louder in the Winstel Cup Series because he tends to be at the front of the field moving quietly. But yeah, he's such a great driver. He's one of those guys that when you share the racetrack with him, you know he's going to race you fair, but you've got to be careful as the caution flag, I believe, is out again now as we were on that point. So caution is out once again.
Third of the day, and drivers just behind the leaders are down on the apron, so I think this happened closer to the top 30 very fast if you guys checked up. Let's see if we can get a look at it.
Yeah, we'll see if we do catch it here. We'll go to our blimp view again. Apologies for not being able to catch some of this stuff towards the back of the pack again with the technical limitations that iRacing is kind of imposing on us. It's not letting us see the whole field, but we'll see if maybe we can see the situation that started this here. Again, there's about 10 or 15 cars behind this. Oh, there you see. Who's that got into the fence? That's the 25 machine. The 90 car gets spun around. That is Sturgill.
Pressy.
Yeah. Looks like Parker Alexander just misses it. We actually do catch this one, so we'll have the opportunity to have a couple angles of this. But yeah, it's going to start here with the number 25 machine of Nicholas Pressy, the ABN Open Wheel World Champion. He's going to, I believe, hit this outside line. He's trying to get a run there on Jacob Potak. Takes it to the outside line, hits the outside wall ever so slightly, comes back across traffic, across the nose of the 05 machine, who, remember, Baker was leading this race earlier, finishes off the 25 as he comes down the track, and they both get into Michael Sturgill in the number 90, who then will come back up across traffic. And everybody tries to scatter. You see Sean Peleg make a nice avoidance there in the 17 to get through. The 50 car and the 09 just about scraping through. They make a little bit of contact. Parker Alexander sneaks through. There's the 50 car. Sliding sideways. I believe he might hang on to this here. Jacob Bradley, he does, so a good save there. And I'm not sure, unfortunately, where some of the cars behind were in the melee, but at least we finally get to show you what brings out the caution tonight. We'll see if we can't ride on board with Baker and the 05 and show you what he saw here. So on board, you're going to see that's Pressy right in front, David.
And Matthew Baker got all the view of this one. So, he just got a eye on his own there. And that nudge, I don't think it would have been possible for Baker to avoid giving it. I mean, Pressy was slightly loose, and Baker finishes him off there. But it looks like a few drivers got out of it. McWhorter got out of it. Jacob Bradley did too, even though there was some light contact down to the apron.
Yeah, this is a great save. We're actually going to go ahead and go on board here with the helmet camera. Watch these hands of Jacob Bradley as it all unfolds in front of him. sees the instant, doesn't even really see the instant start. Suddenly a car in front, another one slowing down, getting out of the way, a little bit of contact, huge overcorrection, and a lovely save there from the number 50 machine to keep it pointed in the right direction. Little, if any, damage on that car as well. Moves like that are what can get you in victory lane tonight, so keep an eye on that. First time we talked about Bradley, and been a fantastic save to keep it all under control. Let's see if we can't take one more look at it here. You see right there the 25 car moving up in the middle of the racetrack, gets to the outside wall, bounces off the guardrail, comes across the nose, and it all unfolds from there. Not a whole lot you can really do for these cars behind, but everybody did a great job trying to scramble, and then you get the broadside of number 90 coming back up the racetrack, but great save again there by Jacob Bradley. Luckily able to catch the tail end of that one at the very least, or the start of that at the very least, to give you some idea of why we're under caution for tonight. Be our third caution on the day.
And luckily, still some time for these drivers to pull it together. Should be seeing 1 to green up next.
Yeah, and it looks like we got to wait for the scoring to refresh to work our way back up through the scoring tower. But Emily Howe is now being shown as the leader. We'll see when the last time some of these drivers pit. It seems like just about everybody came down pit road while we were looking at the replays there to get for fresh tires and fuel on those Winstel racing machines. Get back after it.
So Emily Howe toe-to-toe with Ashley Kolonix, and from then on out, 3 rookies in the top 10. You got the defending race winner, Christian Budd, now in the top 10 as well. And to this point, the big duo of that last run, Cody Niegels and Dylan Jones, they're still with us too, as we take a look down at pit road right here, and you'll see a few are still coming in. Looks like a Sean Butler making some company, and a fast dive for the number 10 of Eric Schur to join. So pit road not all said and done yet, as it looks that's Cole Huff who's stagnant there.
Well, he scored as the last car. I was just checking. He is still on track, only 2 laps down. Lewis Ettinger a lap down. Trippiano, who is back on track after that disconnection, only 1 lap down. So I do believe all cars are still running in this event, as scoring had a chance to catch up after some of those issues. But yeah, a lot of drivers coming down to top off on fuel that time by. So again, with the strategies that we were talking about earlier coming into play, that continues to be the case. Nate Stewart, also one of those drivers that dropped down to get some extra fuel in the tank, as he was towards the back of the field at this current moment. We saw him up towards the front earlier, but opting now for a little bit of strategy play. It's Emily and Ashley on the front row now, and then Peter Smetana, who we saw during the qualifying session, and then the reigning champion of the aforementioned Winstel Cup Series of Jacob Potak in the number 66 machine, and then the 6 of Nagels, who was leading for most of this first portion of the race. So pace car going to take the hard left, and we'll get ready to go back racing again as we wrap up our 3rd caution of the afternoon, working lap 55 of 160 here on ABN.
Emily Howe back in position, and it's about time we get back to business here. Ashley Kolonix, highest position she's been in all night long. So, different look up in front. Laps these drivers last went down to pit road. Well, it says it pretty clear. They just went through, and everyone's refreshed to do it all over again. Top 10 tight. Oh, 3 wide and up high. It's dicey outside. And we saw a little bit of movement, but everyone puts it back together, and we are green again.
Yeah, a lot of blocking in the midfield there. Position's very important. You see 3 wide again here, as the 0-3 and the 6, they've been working together quite a bit. They're going to try and split Jacob Potak in the middle. They will be successful, but Ashley Kolonix is going to jump up to the outside and block that run from the 0-3 machine as they're side by side. And look at the 66 of Potak. He's in the sucker hole in that brown number 66 machine, and he's going to lose at least 10 spots, probably more by the time they come out of turn number 4. It's Kolonix and Howe out front.
Potak is lucky that he just got back up in there on the outside and might be able to pull it together, but that feels horrible as a driver when you're falling out and there's nowhere you can go. Huge drop. Luckily, a lot of time to put it back together, but for Potak, that's a lesson you would rather learn early than you would later. You've still got over 100 laps to go in this one, so you know what? Time persists. You can figure it out, and you'll do it right in the future. At least hopefully. I think that's the goal for him now.
And now the 03 is going to do the exact same thing now to Ashley Kolnick's in the 22, so puts her in the sucker hole as well. So absolutely, Dylan Jones is here to try and lead every lap of this event if he can. So that's 2 drivers in the sucker hole in 2 laps, and it's been, you'll find right there, actually Potak did find a hole to get into. Kolnick's going to have to try a little harder. She loses a few more positions, so you're right about Potak finding a hole there was quite fortunate. Kolnick's finds one as well, but they're both now well outside the top 10 as a result. The 03 back out front again.
Dylan Jones is bringing quite the energy to this race, and I think it's good, but I'm going to make a call here. I'm going to make it very early, even though I feel like it's very tough to make this call so early in the race. Dylan Jones is out here fighting hard, and it says 0 laps led. Is that really the case?
Well, he was pushing Cody Nagels for much of this event.
That is true,
so
right.
Was still certainly out front. You see Nagels there. They got separated on the restart. We'll see here if he does hold on to the lead, if that does tick up. So I would believe it, but I find it hard to believe given how aggressive he's been in this race. But as he crosses the line, I think he should be credited with it this time around, and he does get that lap led. So yeah, first one of the day for Dylan, but not from lack of trying. He's been in the top 5 for almost every lap.
Well, regardless of the number, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Christina, and that's what I was going to talk about. Cody and, of course, Dylan Jones, who have gone with each other back and forth, they're fighting to lead these laps now. They've got the confidence. They're going after it. They've led about a third of the race, combining one another's totals of now 21, which could become 22 here. But I don't think this is what gets you to victory lane. It can sometimes. It definitely can. But leading all these laps is not a surefire strategy to get to the checkered flag on top of Daytona. 2 laps to go. If you're that leader, honestly, that's one of the worst spots you're going to be in because everyone's coming after you and they're very willing to take it. So while it's exciting to get those laps led, I don't know if it's the biggest of deals to keep leading them because it could lead you to trouble earlier on than you wanted. And worse yet, you could be taken away at the last moment. A little bit of a wiggle there. Emily Howe trying to reestablish control. But Cody and Dylan, they've done a great job, but I'm not too sure yet if this is the type of racing that's going to fully, without a shadow of a doubt, get them to the end. A lot of time to go, but honestly, I don't think aggression plays well from the mid-race style to the end-race style.
Well, I think you're correct, but we are certainly talking about them, aren't we? So they've been up front. We've been talking about them more than anybody else. So if the goal is exposure and TV time, they're certainly getting it. They're certainly making it interesting. And who knows? There is one thing about this. If you can be aggressive all race and never lose positions, it does make you a force to be reckoned with. So while I'm with you, I agree. I think give and take is extremely important in these long races because when it comes to crunch time, people might pick people that were nicer to them throughout the event over you, but they're out there for a reason, and we saw in this stage of the race what can happen when you're 20, 30 spots back. I'd rather be up here than all the way back in that 3-wide group because we just saw a lot of calamity for those drivers in the midfield as we see here. Yeah, I think I'd take my chances up front right now, David.
Not against that logic either. I'm not, and they're doing a great job with it, so I can't really fault them. They are putting on a show. Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing here. I never liked it as a driver. I never liked being 3-wide middle at a track like Daytona. And now that I'm seeing it all over again, I think I feel the same. Good to see that the number 70 of Aaron Smith is back in the draft. Of course, he had to get away from Andy Trupiano and fall out, but with that yellow flag, he's back in business, so his race isn't over. It looks like right now we're riding on board with Brandon Cruz.
Yeah, absolutely, and no, that's what's important about not wrecking your race car. Of course, Aaron Smith lost a ton of time and fell way out of the pack by avoiding that incident, but kept the front end in peace, kept the car in one piece, and now is sitting right back up towards very close to getting back into the top 10 already. So sometimes playing it smart, all that experience starting to pay off. You can see as we ride on board, this is sitting with Cruz currently running in the 26th position, so still up 10 spots from where he started, but he's kind of our ace correspondent for what things are like in the middle of the field right now. He's sitting behind Philip Stipes in the 98. These two obviously very well acquainted with each other and probably quite comfortable as you can be 3 deep on the inside line. 20 rows or 10 rows back. So, but
Brandon up 9 on the day so far. He's made some gains, and I also think he's in a good position in a completely different way if he just stays out of trouble. If you're in the back of the field here with so much time and so many drivers, you don't need to press the issue to stay up to speed. You're only going to be a few seconds off the leader if you're in the top 30 or so. And while sometimes it's frustrating not to be up in the lead, the best way to relieve those frustrations at times is just to ignore them, just to stay in the pack and get yourself out of trouble. 3 wide doesn't look good, so unless you're Niegels or Jones or you're all the way back there like Brandon Cruz, you're going to find yourself in the rat race. I think that's the worst feeling, even if it's for 5th or for 10th or for a competitive position. Maybe sometimes it's best to lay off or, as we've seen, take those chances and really lead every lap, which the 6 and the 0-3 have done a great job of over the course of this race.
And look who's made themselves back up to the front. It's the number 12 machine of Ethan Eckert. You know, was up at the front, got shuffled back, saw them about as deep as what, David, like 20th, 30th at one point, back up to the front now and back with this group. So, yeah, lots of movers and shakers. It is very possible to move your way through the field if you know what you're doing. And they may be rookies, they may be racing extremely aggressively for how early it is in the race, but they are keeping themselves up there. How many times have we seen a rookie get up here, even today, be eager, maybe over eager, and get themselves shuffled out of the pack? We saw that with Ethan Eckert earlier, whereas Niegels and Jones have just stayed up here all day. So I'm curious to see once we get past the halfway point if that momentum continues, but because it is the other thing about this, these late blocks, these aggressive moves, granted nothing's been too unnecessary in my opinion, it's just been high intensity, but you run the risk of getting yourself turned because as the race goes on, these drivers aren't going to lift for those kind of moves quite as often. So,
also on the rise and on a top 10 watch, Aaron Smith. He's really close there to breaking out of 3 wide, but now this is the first time we've seen that outside line formation across the race leaders. And with still more than half of this race to go, how many more laps is it going to take, and will we see more drivers give up? Or instead, will they end up all assimilating to the high side? Will they stay double file? That's the big question. You ride on board with Smith right now. And the Yellow Vision number 70 has been at it for years and years, of course. A well-known driver and color combination, perhaps the best known out of this entire season.
We got a crash in the back.
9th caution's out.
Yeah, 9th caution. We got cars sliding in the background there. Oh, Brandon Cruz is around with some pretty severe damage to the right front of that machine. I saw quite a few other cars over there, David. This might be our first significant wreck of the night with multiple cars involved, but Cruz one of them. We'll see if we can't take a look at the replay, see him trying to shake the car out, see what the damage is like, but hopefully we caught that. We'll see if we did or not.
And with the way Cruz was sliding in, I think that was the upper mid-pack, so we definitely have a good look at it.
Yeah, that's Philip Snipes in the 98. That's the 09 machine as well involved, and McWhirter. I'm not sure how much more of this we're going to be able to catch. There's the 8 of Alex Bates on full lockup, trying to keep the car out of it there, or keep out of getting into the side of Cruz there. It all started off right around here, so we're only going to get a piece of this, I think. But I think it looked like Snipes and Cruz were one of the first couple cars sideways from what we saw. You see the number 11 machine of Mitch Samedo in the grass trying to avoid what I presume would be where Cruz's car was as he spun across the infield. We'll see if we can back this up again and get a better view. This was coming out of turn 4. We'll see if this gives us a better idea of what happened. See a big checkup on the outside lane here. That's Parker Alexander in the blue car right behind Philip Snipes. Oh, this starts with the 20 and Christian Budd. That's the number 20 machine of Howell. And that checks everybody up. The 05 of Baker has to get on the binders. The 98 of Snipes on the binders. And Parker Alexander just couldn't slow it down in enough time. Gets into the back of the 98 of Snipes. That puts the 91 machine into the fence of Pashota, who does keep it up in the fence to his credit. 78 car, nowhere to go. He gets clipped a little bit, and I think that's where Cruz is going to be right behind here because you'll see him pop in. There he is, nowhere to go. He's already sideways. I presume also the cars behind them scattering. Again, this is right at the tail end of where our cameras were able to have vision, David. So we can only kind of infer what's going on around these cars, but that all started with a checkup in turn 1.
Brandon Cruz among the drivers that we were looking at is staying out of trouble, but it looks like trouble found him. Yellow flag out as we are just about 10 laps away from half point here. It's been mostly a clean race. I mean, we had the 2 yellows early on that set it off. Here's a look from Philip Snipes' perspective. Now starting to see those tensions rise a little bit. Will this be the warning shot that takes them all down? The leaders were already trying to go single file. Will this convince everyone? Snipes loose of the track, and he got slammed from both sides. That's when it's bad.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how bad the damage is going to be, though, because he kept it out of the wall. He used just about everybody around him kind of as a cushion on that. Again, this started up here with the number 20 machine of Mitchell Howell, the rookie, so I'm curious to know here if we can get a better look at what exactly precipitated it. It was a checkup. You can see right there the 64 and the 07 right on the outside. It looks like he just gets a little high there, David, perhaps maybe a little tight with the 05 tucked up right on the back bumper, touches the left rear corner panel of Christian Budd, and I think that's what really kicked all this off, and it's an incident about 3 or 4 cars ahead. It found its way all the way back to these cars that had absolutely nothing to do with the wreck.
Chain reaction. At Daytona, it can happen real fast, just like that. Did Ty? Well, Ty didn't make it out, but look at the number 78.
He got tagged.
Lucas Doe, but he did keep going the right direction. He got tagged right in the door, so maybe he was fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much damage. That's what's going to be interesting to see here, because again, the 91 car got into the fence, but kept it pointed in the right direction. I gotta imagine there's a lot of damage on the 09 getting sandwiched in the wall like that. I'm curious how much damage Philip Snipes will have, though, because again, he didn't really hit the wall at any point in this. He bounced off everybody else. We'll have to see how many cars are truly wounded, but I will say this is probably the first major incident, because we have more than just a couple of cars going for a ride here. There's quite a few cars that got notable damage out of this one, and you see Snipes still rolling, so I'm not sure how good the damage is. You see he almost went a lap down there, but I mean, all things considered, the car visually doesn't look too bad. It's just a matter of how the suspension is and how the engine is. Well, I say it doesn't look too bad. The right rear is pretty tore up on that machine, but we'll see. Maybe see if we can't have a look at some of the other cars that were involved in that. There's the 09 that was also in it. The 90 car from the last incident still rolling, so see if we can't get a look at Cruz. We saw the right front was all tore up on that machine, but he's at the very least still rolling, trying to hang in there, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, I believe they're on the 1 to green now at the front of the field. They are, so see if we can't pull this up. See most of the field making a pit stop once again under that caution period while we were looking at the replays. At least the whole top 30 did. Several drivers coming in to make additional repairs on the car and or get some extra Sunoco race fuel in the tank. But like you said, we're 10 laps away from the halfway point. Feels like it's been a pretty quick first half to this Winstel 400, but our 4th caution of the day coming out just shy of that halfway point.
Now in control, Cody Eagles and Dylan Jones, they take the inside. So they've been really good on the outer groove. Let's see how fast they can swap up, or if they can swap up, because now you got Ethan Eckert and Emily Howe on the high side, both of which would lead lap experience. Laps led off both, and not only that, Ethan was pushing Brennan McGee on the outside to take the lead for himself. So we know that he can go on the high, on the low. We've seen a little bit more out of those inside line drivers on the outside, so they're in an interesting spot now as they're set to work together again. Welcome back to business at lap number 71. Green flags out, and I believe this is our 5th restart of the night, as it's going to be toe-to-toe, double file in deep. Only a few breakaways in the top 10, and everyone's calm and collected now. Hopefully we can bring it to the halfway and beyond on this one.
I had some faith. Granted, moving like that, I'm not sure. Emily Howe trying to keep from getting put in the sucker hole by the number 12 of Ethan Eckert, but right now it's Cody Nagels still from 46th on the grid, found his way to the front and hasn't really looked back since. So with his dance partner of Dylan Jones on that inside lane, Again, the outside lane tends to prevail a little better. You can see Emily side drafting, but now going to get put in the sucker hole. Maybe not. Just about put the 12 car in the fence. The 3 car moves the 6 up the hill. And now the 00. Peter Spatana jumps up in front of Emily Howe. They're getting very dicey. That's Carmen Sienna in the middle with Nick Doucette and the number 20 machine as well of Howell, who just was a factor in that last caution. They're about 20 spots back. But now at the top, it's a 4-car line. But for now, Nagels and Jones stay out front once again. Now, Jones getting ditched by Nagels back to the bottom. Now back to the top again. This is very dicey for before halfway.
Up and down the track, but it looks like the 6 and the 03 have found their comfort zone once again. And not only that, but they got some reinforcements. Peter and the 0 pushing hard, getting them out in the way, and they are leading fully. Ethan Eckert trying to break through on the outside, hasn't gotten any support. Not only that, he just doesn't have the room. He'll be boxed out once again. Outside is King as Brendan McGee goes 3 wide middle. Eckert now forced to go down to the bottom. And this shot from the blimp up above, a lot more exciting. You see all the twists and turns and moves being made. Eckert now taking to the third with a big run, as you mentioned, Christina.
Yeah, that closing rate was insane headed off into turn 1. We're going to see only more and more of that as the energy in this pack continues to shuffle. The closing, the speed differences. Look at the 00 jump down to the inside. What a late move. He about lost the race car going down to the bottom and has no help, but Smetana now going to jump down to the inside well and truly and pick up some help from Ashley Kolonix. Emily Howe got put in the sucker hole about a lap ago, got to the middle, then back to the top. There's the 40 of Gabriel Mauricio. That's John Peleg in the 17, the yellow numbered car on the top lane. That's Carmen Sienna in the middle as well. And here comes the 7 and 94 in the very middle of the racetrack. And there's some contact and nearly around goes the 7 and 94, but they're all going to gather it up if they head off into turn 1. Hopefully they have enough room to get it gathered. Things getting really, really dicey on this restart though.
Wow, that was close for Brendan McGee and company right there. Look at how far back they fall. The warning shots are getting louder and louder with moments like that, and Brendan McGee is still right on the back bumper of the 7. And look at this. I mean, Saucier getting the pressure. McGee's got to let off there. That could have been a big wreck. The only saving grace is they were on the inside and middle and not the middle and outside, because they could have rocked the field with that one. 74 laps in, and it's a wonder that we got away from that cleanly. And as you mentioned, a few new drivers up in that mix. Carmen Sienna now fighting to get into the top 10. And we're looking at a few new drivers entering that realm as well. Number 40 of Gabriel Mauricio for one.
Oh man, they're all up in the fence here. I tell you what right now, David, there's very few situations in my career where I back out of the pack. I tend to stay in it. This is one of those times I would be getting the hell out of there. This is an absolute hornet's nest. I don't want any part of this. We just had 3 or 4 cars scrape the outside wall coming out of turn number 2. It's amazing that they haven't caused a big crash, because we've seen bigger crashes so far for little. And there's the 03 in the wall. Emily Howe around. This is going to be the big one out of turn number 4. And that's everybody.
Smoke billows. Huge hits for guys like Smith, and definitely for a bunch of others. I mean, look at that. Brennan McGee going around, and they're still pouring into the tri-oval. Wow, we caught that one.
Yeah, it was just too early for that, David. They were racing way too hard. They were racing like they were coming to the checkered flag, not coming to halfway. That's the kind of racing we were expecting to see with 20 to go or 10 to go, and I hate to say it, but I called it. I would have been out of there about yesterday, and unfortunately, that's exactly why, and a lot of good race cars tore up big time. This all started with the 03 and Emily Howe. We saw the blocking getting a little bit more opportunistic, a lot more give, a lot less take, and it all starts here. Nagels and the 03 together, the 12 and the 83, and then watch this all pop off on the outside lane. The 12 car goes to the outside, and then I think checks up as the 03 tries to block. Emily can't read that because she's looking at the back end of the 12. Unfortunately, too much momentum for the 03 to make that block. Does a good job to try and save it, but now the 03 and the 12 are in the fence. Emily Howe gets up in the air a little bit. Mauricio gets into the back. There's nowhere to go. It looks like Peleg at the same time losing the car. I think he might have got some help from Solis Jr., but he hangs on to it. Unfortunately, everybody else nowhere to go. The 7 car plowing in there as well. I say plow, but not a slight on them, just nowhere to go as Bryce Saucier gets in. There you see Aaron Smith in it. Nick Doucette, watch this the 83 of Emily Howe there sideways. Watch Jacob Potak, just misses the 12, tries to accelerate to get through it. Now out of control, finds right into the rear axle of Emily Howe, spins her around, significant damage on the 83 car. That's the Brennan McGee machine up on the outside wall with a bit of damage from the number 60 that was broadsided on the racetrack of Baker. It's a whole melee here, and we're not even halfway. There's a lot of cleaning up to do. There's the number 20 car on the north end of your screen backwards, even after the wreck. So that's the second caution that Howell has been a part of. Have to have quite a few looks at this, David, to see if there's more that was going on, because there's a ton of cars wiped out in this one. I'm very curious how much damage are on some of these cars. I got to think Emily Howe's day might very well be done with an impact that hard to the rear axle, but we'll have to see.
I mean, sometimes the suspension damage, you can overcome it, but a few laps down, the way these drivers have been racing, it is a death sentence on your night. Let's take a look on board now. This is from the perspective of Ethan Eckert. Oh.
Yeah, there's just too much moving around there for you to be able to expect anything, and unfortunately, when you've got a car up your back bumper like that, you see Carmen Sienna in the middle of that too. There's just nowhere you can go, and when you move around, you get one shot at it. You don't tend to get two. Sometimes early on in this race you can, but when you've got a car up on your back bumper like that, there's not much that you can do about it. We'll ride on board with Emily Howe, who is right behind the 12. We'll ride on board with her helmet camera. Actually, look at how little information she has here. Moving to the outside, there's the block. She gets out of the throttle, but there's just nothing you can do. It just stacks up too quickly, and around she goes, and then just listen into this, David. This is gonna hurt. Think you're okay? Oof. Oh, that's a lot of damage there. You can see the wheel basically at the 9 o'clock position. That's going to take a lot of time to repair if she's going to get back out here. This is on board now with Jacob Potak, Winstel Cup Series champion. That's Carmen Sienna, our chief correspondent, right in front of it. See if she had it her way as she tried to pick her way through. There you see the 05 get turned. He tries to accelerate to get through and gets past the car that he was trying to avoid, but unfortunately, Emily Howe was broadsided in the middle of the track, nowhere to go. It's so unfortunate. So many strong cars. We're on board with Carmen Sienna now. I wonder if she got through here with minimal damage. It looked like she did. It's Brennan McGee right in front. You'll see the move here on this top lane. Dart high, dart low. There's the hook. Now they're in the fence. Everybody trying to check up, but it just, you're coming at them at 200 miles an hour. There's only so much you can do. A little bit of contact here, but a brilliant piece of driving by Carmen Sienna to pick her way through that. What a great job from the number 96 machine. There's your highlight for 2026, and it's only January 4th.
Yeah, by all means, Carmen should be just fine. As we take a look one more time there, I didn't think that when we watched the broadcast style replay, I thought Carmen got hit a little harder, but no, it looks like she'll be able to make it through.
Oh, yeah, you see Sean just got loose on his own. I think maybe trying to avoid. He does a good job to save it here. There's where the 20 car gets turned in this mess. And you can see also, not just Carmen, several drivers doing a great job to pick through it. There's so much going on in this. I hope we don't miss the restart. I want to say that's probably the last one we can get a chance to look at on live because we are double file, but can't give credit to all the drivers that got through there because there were so many that made a great job avoiding, but there was a lot to unpack on that one. Definitely the biggest wreck of the night. It's going to take some drivers out of the race, or at least out of contention, no doubt.
And the big notable, as you mentioned, in Emily Howe, not to mention seeing drivers who were leading laps in the mix, such as Ethan Eckert. And now, a different look up in front as everyone tries to pull it back together again. There's Emily.
So moved back to the front of the field. No, this does give an opportunity with some new players in the front of the field. It's Brandon McKissick out front with Jeremy B. Davis. Ashley Kolonix and Cody Nagels have been up here from the start. But Sean Peleg, Peter Spatana, Nick Pressey, Alex Bates, Ken Campbell, and Michael Sturgill, the top 10 as the pace car pulls off and we get ready to go racing again, now 2 laps shy of halfway.
Welcome back. And now introducing a new front cast. You got Jeremy Davis on that outside, and to his inside, Brandon McKissick. Bringing him up to green. The duo that dominated early on has been split. And while Wilby Nagel's up there in third, his Dylan Jones is just outside the top 10. We'll see if they can come back together, or if it's now going to be the rise of a few new drivers in the mix. As you can see, Ashley Kolonix right there, Peter Smetana, Sean Peleg, number 8 of Alex Bates, and among others. But it looks like quickly Jones is in the top 10. But these new drivers in the mix, they've got something to say, and this is their best opportunity to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those things where, like, the big one, obviously it's so unfortunate to have so many drivers that were strong today have issues, but now this opens a whole new cast of drivers. Well, not a whole new cast. Cody Nagel's still at the front as he has been. And, you know, this goes back to your point earlier. Is it worth it to race this aggressively? Granted, it's what got the 0-3 dumped in front of the field, but the 6 of Nagel's is still up front and was in front of all of that melee. Granted, only just, but it tends to be better if you're leading. But now it's a 6-car, 7-car breakaway of single file on the top. Maybe that was the warning shot that everybody needed to maybe settle it down a little bit. Mind your P's and Q's a little bit more and get through this middle phase of the race in one piece. As that's transfer driver Alex Bates sitting in third, made the transfer, the last driver to make the transfer last night in the last call qualifying, the absolute last driver to make it on the roster. Still sitting in third, so there's proof he's not wasting his spot. Brandon McKissick tucked in behind, and Sean Pellig, who had a nice save out of turn 4 during that caution, now runs in 5th. The Michigan native doing quite nicely. Granted, him and Brandon McKissick are not the greatest of friends off the racetrack, but they're nose to tail and making it work right now, so.
I gotta be honest, Christina, and sometimes it's not as exciting to watch. I think they do need that time to settle down. Last wreck we had, biggest of the night, and we don't want to end up getting to the point where that's more common before the last moments of this race here. I mean, that was contentious, as it's going to be side-by-side, Nagels and Smetana, but now's the double file again. Can they just stay that way? You don't want to see these drivers wrecking each other, but we're slowly inching toward that point where trouble might be more common. Wow, it's close back there.
Yeah, they just about held on to that. That was Philip Snipes and the 78 machine of Lucas Davila almost losing it. They did a great job of keeping that together, but it's like they're just racing too hard right now. Granted, we love seeing hard racing, but look at these moves. They're racing like it's an 80-lap race, not a 160, and again in front of the field. Wow. Everybody gets sideways.
That's at the front of the field on the outside.
Caution.
Can you have that happen this early? I can't believe it.
Well, they didn't all get through, but at the front of the field they did. The caution is out once again. I'm not sure. Frankly, I'm not sure where, because none of the front leaders, it must have been the cars in the back of the pack, so unfortunately we might not have been able to catch that one again, but man, they're just racing so hard, David, and it's great to watch, but this is the unfortunate result as we keep tearing cars up. Now, we know where this started, we just don't quite know where it finished. It was right at the very front of the field with all this 3-wide racing going on and all these aggressive blocks from these cars. This package encourages that and invites that kind of blocking, but you have to be smart about it. You can't just be cutting people off. We'll see what happened here, though. Again, 00 jumps to the top, the 6 goes high, the 00 blocks hard, and everybody tries to get back in line, and Bates gets turned by the 24 of McKissick, who gets in the back of Bates again. They all three get together. Everybody there saves it. I think Kevin McAdams again clips Davila for the second time in 2 laps. The Davila's been sideways. There's the 81 of Sean Butler sideways. There's the 13, and that's where I think this one kicks off with Nate Stewart. Yeah, it's Craig Lautenslager sideways across the nose of Aaron Smith. And I'm not sure if he collects anyone else. Unfortunately, that's where we lose our cameras, but that's where that all kind of precipitated. We'll just kind of crudely back this up here and try and have another look. Again, this is something that happened up in like row 3 or 4 and found its way about 5-6 rows back. And there's where the checkup is. Everybody's checking up. Everybody's trying to stomp on the binders. I think that was Justin Melillo that slowed down quite a bit. And that's where Butler got into the back of, and that's where we lost the cars there. But hopefully, I'm making a praying motion with my hands here that was just a 1-car spin, but I'm not entirely sure that that's the case. We'll take one more look at it here and ride on board. Hopefully, we'll rewind this just a touch more and ride on board with Bates in the number 8 machine, because this is who had the highest view of this. This is Nagels in front. They had just got misaligned, David, coming into turn 1, and then you take us through this one. I'm curious what your opinion is.
Well, I mean, we're looking at this, and first off, I got to tell you this much. I think it's too much too early, but look at that. Just a minor blip contact. And when you get down to that quarter panel type edge, bumper to bumper, and you get to nudging, you can do that down the straights, but seeing that through the corners, is a huge risk. And when you see a chain reaction of drivers hitting the exact same way, I am very surprised that Cody Nagels was able to hang on to that. I am very impressed that he was able to do so. But when you're under that type of pressure this early on, they really are racing like it's the last moments. And we're lucky that the wreck happened outside the top 10 rather than coming from the front 2 rows, because that would have taken out at least 10 drivers. And only because those drivers, including Bates and Nagels, were so good to save it, we got lucky. That's what it was.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's also worth noting that this is the longest race of Speed Weeks, as it should be. It is the main event, but we got to think we had some drivers in the shootout. Granted, the drivers that were in the shootout aren't necessarily the ones that are causing cautions right now, but we had the shootout, which was a handful of laps. We had both of the qualifying races. The last chance qualifier was 40 laps. So we haven't really had a race this long in Speed Weeks, and I think that could be getting to some of these rookies. They've ran at this point at least one race, at most up to 4 races this weekend. So all of those have been under 80 laps. Now we're sitting at a point where we're on lap 84 and we're only just halfway. Your mentality has to shift a little bit. You have to realize this is a longer race. This is the race, in fact. And you're not going to win it on lap 84. You can put yourself in position to win it in lap 84, but you can certainly take yourself out of the race early on lap 84 as well. And I think we're just seeing we're seeing fair blocks, but we're seeing very aggressive blocks, and I think that's what the situation is. It's always this razor thin edge of technically I'm not doing anything wrong, but it certainly isn't helping anything out, and it's going to be very risky. And I'll tell you this much, David, as a driver, seeing racing like this early on, if we get another 10-15 laps, it's not going to be too much longer that these guys can get away with this, because the reason why everybody at the front of the field made it through is they all checked up for each other. They all lifted, let everybody gather it up, let everybody get the wheel back underneath them. That's not going to happen on lap 150. You are absolutely getting turned for a block like that. I don't care if you have done this 500 times. I mean, the best plate racers in the world know that if you make a move like that, you might win, but you might end up in the grandstands. And that's what we're going to unfortunately be seeing more of as this race ticks on. And especially as some of these drivers, if we have repeat offenders, word's going to travel quick through the field and somebody's going to put an end to it eventually. So we hope that's not the case. Hopefully it's one of those everybody woke up, but we're about 3 wake-up calls past now. We're still tearing race cars up. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but from a driver perspective, it's only going to get worse if this continues. So we'll see.
I wouldn't be too shocked if you're right about that. I mean, the worrying thing is also it's a new group up in front. The old group seemed to have a pretty good grip on it because it was a lot of the drivers who qualified ahead, so everyone was rank and file here. And it's not to say that qualifying means skill at Daytona. It really means nothing in terms of skill, but when it was all the drivers that began this race up and ahead, they seemed to be in pretty good control and had an idea of what they wanted to do. And now, well, it's a little bit hard to keep track of who's where as its drivers getting their first chance. And of course, you're watching live at ABN Studios, the 14th annual Winstel 400. You're joining us, or if you've been with us, we're just past halfway and ready to bring the action to you as we are getting closer and closer to the next big milestone, lap 100. Here's lap number 86, and here's restart number 6 as well as we get back to business, and it'll be Peter Smetana on the inside line leading Jeremy Davis. Hopefully this time by we stay green as it's another brand new formation in the front row.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on that 00 of Peter Smetana. He has been quick and he's been up to the front of the field, but some of the blocks he's been making have been making me a bit nervous. He's been making some very abrupt moves. We saw him dive to the middle earlier, nearly lost the car. Granted, he's doing a great job of being at the front of the field, but have to be careful with when you make your moves here. But right now, that's Jacob Potak, who, remember, was T-boning Emily Howe and sent her off of all 4 tires not too long ago. Apparently, that 66 car no worse for wear. Likewise, for the number 98 of Philip Snipes, who was in a race car sandwich about 20 laps ago. They're on the outside lane and making great momentum up there as they push Jeremy B. Davis to the front of the field. A lot of Winstel guys lined up right now on that top lane.
Outside again, King early in the going for half number 2. And it does feel like a different race when it comes to the guys up in front relative to the first half. Gone for the time being anyway. Eckert, gone for the time being, and of course, thanks to incidents, Eckert and we saw Brennan McGee. We also saw early in the going
Emily
drivers who have fallen for the Emily Howe not with us any longer, and the duo that really captivated everyone in Cody Nagels and Dylan Jones being broken up, which means right now all that reputation building and all that trust and all that conversation we've had might be all for naught because it's such a different makeup in a different position. I'm sure these drivers, that was tight. That was very close.
4 wide into turn 1. De Vela
Unbelievable.
gets to the outside lane as Jose Solis goes around the outside. That's experience paying off there. And Nate Stewart has plenty of experience backing up to give everybody room to get there. Kevin McAdams, you look at the drivers who were involved in that, and I think if that was some of the other cars, that would have been a wreck right there. Great job by them all to sort that out. Cody Nagels on the move. That middle lane is moving quickly, though, so down but not out in the number 6 machine. As things continue to stay hairy in the middle of the pack. Everybody on their toes as it stands.
Well, yeah, Cody, as we were talking about him, I mean, at least he's still in the mix there, but you're seeing new faces trying new things like that 4-wide maneuver. Cody's led 39 laps on the day.
Well, I guarantee
that's close to half.
I guarantee you they weren't trying that maneuver for a 4-wide. I think that's something that
Well,
just
if you're
precipitated.
flowing the outside like that, what are you going to do besides get out of it? I mean, you can't stay stuck. I've done that before.
Certainly.
So, it becomes trying in a situation like that.
Well, it's trying not to wreck, not trying to make a move 4-wide, I'll say that much. It was everybody just put in a situation and they sorted themselves out. But and thank goodness for that. The last thing we needed was another caution to break up the pace of this event. But yeah, no, I mean, those are situations where you turn calamity into a great opportunity. We saw Jose Solis on the outside with no help past 3 cars because everybody else was backing out. Somebody has to back out of that situation or else you're going to wreck. The best drivers in the world, you still are going to wreck going 4-wide 9 times out of 10. The net code or something is going to finish you off at Daytona. It's just not big enough like it is at Talladega for 4-wide racing. They're barely making 3-wide work as Kevin McAdams makes a nice move through the middle. But that 05 car on the move again now in the middle of Baker, Tristan Baker, in the 60 as well up here in the meantime as well.
Welcome back, Kevin McAdams. And not only that, welcome David Pickall, another rookie in the top 10. It looks like now he will make his debut and be one of the many rookies that have had at least one chance to be up in front. And so far, there are a few drivers we haven't seen with that rookie status, but we've talked about quite a few of them on the broadcast so far. They make up, by the numbers, just under a quarter of our field tonight, so it's not a surprise that they're getting up in the mix, but we've had about 2 or 3 rookies in the top 10 all night long, but everyone has experience with Daytona. And I guess with that many rookies, the Winstel specific experience maybe becomes a little less valuable because you got so much time on track that first half could be your practice, and now you know what it's like around these drivers.
Yeah, that's where the first laps were very interesting, and you'll notice I'm curious to see how the field viewed the events that were going on here, because when you make a move, good, bad, or otherwise, when you make a move that causes a crash, the word's going to travel quickly. I'm curious to see if people are going to start ditching each other a lot sooner, if they're going to stop trying to let people to the front of the field that they don't trust. I'm not going to say names because obviously we're up here in the booth and we don't know what's going on, of course, exactly what's going on behind the wheel. I've got a good idea, but I'm curious to see drivers hold grudges from lap 1 all the way to lap 160, David, and into the green-white checkered portions as well. They will remember something that made them uncomfortable. And when it comes to crunch time, your friends are where you find them, but if you have to pick between 2, your actions throughout the first half of this race greatly influence who you're going to help in the end of the race. So, but right now, Jacob Potak, despite all that damage from earlier, up to the front of the field, so the champion of the Winstel Cup Series finds himself once again at the front of the field in the Winstel 400. We'll see if he can continue his reign of dominance in the 2007 season of the Winstel Cup Series. It'll be here on ABN. Only a few spots left. Oh, caution's out on that again, so caution out, and it's, I'm assuming, a pretty big one, granted that we're blinking out, and that is a big one. That's several
that's
cars.
Nasty. That is a big one indeed.
Oh.
Look at that. Got to be more than 10, maybe 15 as they roll into the frame.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can see what precipitated that, but I'm not sure. That's Sean Peleg, Carmen Sienna, Justin Melillo in it as well. That's Brandon Cruz once more. I think, is that the 93 of Josh Chin? It is destroyed in that Toyota. We'll have a look and see if we caught it. I'm hoping that we did, but I'm not sure how much of that we would have been able to see. Oh, here's where it starts. We do catch this one. We catch all of this one. Well, just about.
Carmen Sienna among those who was first involved, and that is 3 Wide Racing and its pitfall. Let's take a closer look back here as they go through Tri-Oval.
Yeah, it looks like there was a big stack up. You see Kevin McAdams, that red car on the bottom with not a lot of help. I think that's going to cause a checkup on this inside lane. See Brandon McKissick. Actually, they're going to push that machine into the 64, who has 0 help on the bottom. Kevin McAdams gets a little squirrely. McKissick gets out of it. Carmen Sienna tries to get out of it, gets hit by the 46, then gets hit by the 00, and then it all pops off here. And we're going to lose the camera a bit because there's a bit too much going on for our brilliant iRacing service to show us. But yeah, you'll see where they all stack up on the bottom, and you'll see that 00 get into the 46 again one more time here. I think they might have been able to save it this time, but as the Constantiner continues, they just continue to run into each other, and there's nowhere to go. Carmen comes back up the track, collects the 44. You see the 51 of Nick Doucette, heavy impact to the wall. Craig Lautenschlager for the second time today. Aaron Smith, Parker Alexander, nowhere to go. There's Brandon Cruz Monsivice, my pick to win this, who we spoke to at the beginning of the race, up in the fence as well. Former race winner, is what I was meaning to say, and we'll see as we lose the traction here. It'll come back in a minute as the field continues to wreck, and there you can see that's where Justin Melillo gets into it. There's where the 11 machine of Mitch Sametto gets into this. The 12 car, who had such a good day, of Ethan Eckert, he's in this with significant damage as well. See Melillo, one of the transfer drivers from last night. I don't think he's too tore up, actually, but he is very much involved in this. Nick Pressey in his second one today. See Lautenschlager falling down the track. Now, this is very unfortunate. You see coming into the right-hand side of the screen is Christian Budd and Sean Peleg. Nothing to do with this, but they're down in the grass, and as the wrecked machines of Carmen Sienna and Mitch Sametto come across the track, you see they're already locking up is Sean Peleg, all 4 tires locked up, but no traction in the grass, nowhere to go. He's going to make significant impact with Carmen Sienna, and then Josh Chin going to fall victim to the exact same thing. You see he's all 4 tires locked up now, but the grass, just not a lot of grip, is going to find Sean Peleg, so Sean taking 2 significant whacks in a very short amount of time, though I don't think either of them hit in the wheel wells, so I'm curious to know if 3 of them will be okay. Josh Chin had significant damage on the right-hand side of that car, though, so I'm not entirely confident in those 3's conditions, but a lot of damage there. You see the 50 car, I think, sneaking through on the inside was Jacob Bradley, who had a big save earlier today. Looks like another good avoidance here, and you can see as they continue to scatter in the background, there's Cruz broadsided on the track from earlier in that wreck. A lot going on and not a lot of time to take it in here, unfortunately, David. This is real speed. And that's how quick it all pops off here. And again, the big one, it just swallows you up and there's nowhere to go. Again, apologies for some of the hardware limitations here, but with 57 cars on track, or 47 cars on track rather, there's not a whole lot of opportunity to get out of the way when something like this happens.
I think that's the biggest wreck of the night. I mean, what we saw beforehand was down with the pavement, and of course we saw so many drivers caught up in it, but this one was huge through the corners, and when you're through the turns, usually banked racing isn't very different when you're through a turn as the straightaways are, but it's impossible to escape when you're in that bowl. You're getting swept into the wreck. So with that being said, it's a nasty one, and it's even harder to escape because you're not fully in your own control. You're not racing straight out. You got the push of the track against you, which just adds another force. Let's take a ride on board right now and see what it was like from the driver's perspective.
This is Craig Lautenschlager. Yeah, you'll see how quickly this happens. There's just nowhere to go. It just 4 or 5 cars stack up, and all of a sudden, this is the worst feeling as a race car driver because there's just nothing you can do. And again, these guys don't get the blinking like we do here when they're in the race car, so they've got to get their way through. There you see Pele get hammered twice on the inside. Very unfortunate there. Because he had that thing missed, he was out of the way. It's just the thing about that too that you were mentioning about the banking being challenging. It's a self-cleaning banking at 30-something degrees, 32-degree banking at this racetrack. So those cars slide down into the grass, and it's so unfortunate that we're having this many big wrecks here, especially with how clean the start of this race was. But that is unfortunately the nature of the beast. You can see all the skid marks, tire tracks off in the corner. A lot of landscaping on that occasion, but. You know, it's funny, though, because when you're driving by yourself, David, it's better to be in the corners most of the time because the car is pushed into the racetrack and you have more grip. But the problem with that is the cars tend to be more sensitive on the straightaways. That's why we see a lot of the time big crashes happen in the straightaways or right as they unload off the corner. But as you mentioned, when the wreck happens, as soon as you touch the brake pedal, the car is going to start to climb up the racetrack because of the banking and the way it goes. The handling's not perfect when you're trying to hit brakes. These are 3,400 pound stock cars at 200 miles an hour, and they have the brake discs they have very good brakes, but they're not Formula One brakes. You can't just stop on a dime, and unfortunately, we saw a great example of that, especially in the grass. There's not a whole lot you can do, but we'll see. Some drivers getting those cars repaired and back on the racetrack. Emily Howe back inside the top 10 after that heavy shunt she took earlier, but it's Matthew Baker and Jacob Potak on the front row. A big cloud rolling over the 2.5 mile speedway as the Mustang pace car takes a hard left. Once again, we're 4 laps shy at the line of 100 laps. Can we get there green? Your guess is as good as mine. We'll see.
Here's to hoping. Green flag's out, and we've got ourselves Baker up in front. And of the 2 Bakers, it's the 05 of Matthew Baker taking that lead. He's got behind him Cody Nagels, and Cody's remained consistent. But look who else is there with Cody. Dylan Jones. So the duo that ran
wow,
so
Nate Stewart in front of the field.
track.
That was Nate Stewart right in front of the field, and I think everybody's going to try and scatter to not make that any worse, but a huge, huge wreck there. A big tank slapper for Nate Stewart. But I think that was an admin caution for sure. We do have live admins in this event, so that might have been on the erring of the side of caution. A great job by Nate Stewart showing why he has a pro license on this iRacing service to keep that car pointed in the right direction, but definitely a tank slapper. And Corey Cook, one of our live admins, the fastest hands in the West there to neutralize the field before that could be any worse. So, I mean, MVP to him as well for bringing out the yellow before it could get any worse. That was a very scary moment. We'll look at this restart from up above and see what happened. I think it might have been a bad bump from Brandon McKissick that sparked this off.
That is a good safety yellow. Just a shame that for Stewart, that's going to cost them a lot of time. I'm not sure about the night, but that's damage.
Gosh.
Yeah, slamming the right up there. Luckily, everyone else gets away, but Stewart gets the brunt of the load and almost all of it, in fact.
Yeah, great job by everybody to get out of the way here, but we're right on board. It checked up on that outside line, and I think McKissick just couldn't slow it down in time. Oh, yeah, I mean, it just... Oof. Great job by Nate to keep it up in the fence and keep that from being worse, and by Bryce Saucier to get out of the gas pedal there to not run him over. We'll right on board with McKissick. We'll see how quickly he has to react to this. Oh, yeah, I'm not really sure. They kind of checked up the same time he was trying to make a move to the outside lane, it looked like to me, David.
At the very least, the field's going to get through it. But I got to say, feel bad for Nate Stewart there because he gets slapped around. And now, well, he's going to be on the sidelines going down to pit road. I don't know, quick moment. And things like that happen. And I feel like when the driver's loose a little like that, and it's again through the corners, it's almost Stewart dealt a bad hand.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how much damage is on that machine as he's going to probably bring it down this time, and he will. That's McKissick that we're currently looking at. We need Stewart. There we go. So we'll see how much damage there is. The car looks like it's... I'm very concerned about how the suspension is on the 67 machine because the bodywork doesn't look too terrible, but we'll have to see. Again, to some of the people in the Twitch chat that are asking about some of the scoring being off and some of the issues we're having, we very much apologize, but the scoring ticker is a bit off because of the sacrifices needed with a 47 car field. Some of the visibility of these drivers messing with the scoring tower. Again, we'll see if we can't get that corrected under caution here and get it back up to speed. The way that the cars are blinking in and out, causing a lot of issues. iRacing giving us a lot of hassle tonight, so we do greatly apologize for that. But as Nate Stewart gets the car repaired, we'll see if we can't get some of those back and get you a full reset here and get you up to speed on all the cars that are still running. According to my scoring, we still have all but 2 cars on the lead lap. Ryan A. Hill appears to be 1 lap down, and it's showing me that Parker Alexander is 5 laps down. Everybody else is still on the lead lap from what my scoring is showing me. But yes, we do apologize for the discrepancies, but big field at iRacing getting harder and harder to run every day, not making things particularly easy on us tonight. But still, that's the best update we can give you right now. I think all but 2 cars are on the lead lap. Ryan Ahill, 1 lap down. Parker Alexander, 5 laps down. Nate Stewart, who is currently sitting in his pit box with over a minute of repairs after smacking the fence there, still on the lead lap in 45th position. So the standings should be updated now to the best of their ability. And Ryan Ahill, I believe, just got the lucky dog. So he will put us with 46 cars on the lead lap. And I don't know. Yeah, Parker's still getting damage repairs. As you can see there, 600 seconds of damage repair. So still running, but not currently. So all the cars that are currently in contention are still on the lead lap.
And through 100 laps, that's quite the accomplishment. I mean, it's been a contentious race, seen quite a lot of big moments and some wrecks, but by all means, 46 drivers with us, not only through the majority of the race now, but getting that triple-digit mark is a big deal. 60 laps to go, and if things turn around, the first 60 laps of this race were pretty quick. Who's to say we don't get the wind back in our sails, and we might see some faster racing to end out the night?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with how many wrecks we've had, these cars getting fast repairs and getting the cars put back together if they've lost their fast repairs, for example, to get back on racing speeds has been very admirable at the very least. There's been a lot of attrition for these drivers. Unfortunately, Parker Alexander taking one too many hits and having to sit in the box and get the car fixed up. But yeah, it was a great start to the race. It's been a bit tricky for the mid phase, but as we get closer to the end, I would hope these races tend to have a good green flag run in recent years towards the end. But we're used to trimming the field a bit more, and we're used to having a trimmed field to start the race. Again, this is the largest field we've ever had for the Winstel 400. Again, that's part of why we're having some issues with the scoring tower and some of the crashes not being fully able to be shown, unfortunately. But it is a historic field and a lot of fantastic racing going on in between these little caution sprees. So 60 to go at the line. The pace car will go off and we'll get going once again. It's going to be Baker and Potak and Nagels and Jones and then Davila. So we'll see what all they can do on the restart here.
Jose Salas, Emily Howe back in the mix. So Emily's gotten back in the top 10. Interesting to look out for now. Some of these drivers who fell back out, getting the yellow flags and getting tighter and tighter back to the old way of business up at the head of the field. It's going to be Baker once again with the drop on the field. Matthew Baker leading his second restart of the night. And right behind him, he's got Nagels, and not too far behind, Dylan Jones. Those two haven't gotten back together yet. Outside, a little bit quicker into the entry in turn 1 and 2. Hopefully now, as we hit the triple-digit marker, we can get that speed. Oh, one driver on the apron and sliding. Is that going to call yellow out? Doesn't look like it. And that was just for 30th, so we got away from it and we didn't see it. A driver through 2 slid out of line, but we're still green.
Yeah, waiting to see if the scoring will update and show us who that is that was off the pace, but all the way back to Brennan McGee still in 29th. Still, it seems like everybody's together. Maybe it was the 11. I believe it was the 11, unfortunately, of Mitchell Samito. So we'll see if we can't figure out what happened. I see there's no damage on the car, so big slide, but a good save from Samito. So see if we can't very quickly rewind this on the restart while we're still under green flag conditions. We've caught the very tail end of what happened to the 11 machine here into turn number 1. Getting up through the gears. Oh, and another big checkup, and just didn't quite lose it. Actually did lose it down once you got on the apron, so good catch, David, but he did get it back under control and is rolling. So Samito stays on the lead lap, but has very much lost the draft at this point.
Luckily, all is well at the head of the field, and it looks like if the number 11 catches the break in the form of a caution, might be able to get back up there. Wow.
He's going to get it, I think. That is Bates in the number 8 machine through the grass.
Alex
A great
Bates,
save.
what a save in his own time. And he has to go through the grass, which is horrible, but that would have been even worse. Shot back up, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, he did a great job to hang on to that thing, and it reminded me shades of Kurt Busch in the shootout in 2010. Kurt was not so lucky going through the grass in the Blue Deuce, but the blue number 8 machine keeping it under control and back on track. And that's Carmen Sienna dropping out of the pack. I think perhaps sensing something that we've seen already with some big crashes happening when the pack has been this animated. So she'll back out. You can see some of the drivers up front checking up here. That's the 98 of Philip Snipes in the middle, 3 wide, with Jose Solis Jr. right up behind. At the front, it's still Baker and Potak. Potak wiggly in the middle, and here comes Howe back to the front for the first time since she was involved in the big one. She's on the inside line on the double yellow. And Potak in the sucker hole.
Big shot up to Emily Howe on the inside line and linking together. This is dicey. Every lap has been dicey for the past 30 or 40 here. And it leaves us wondering every time around. Another shuffle there. And I mean, even a driver wiggling back and forth could spell a lot more. I mean, we saw it there as Alex Bates got shot out of line. Now, it's predictably an unpredictable race. The opening 30 to 40 laps seem to be a little bit calmer. Everything since that point, not so much. But we're in that sprint territory when it comes to Daytona. We have less than 60 laps remaining. And when we're under green and at speed, these laps are fast. They're less than a minute. Time is running out. Everyone knows that. But what are they going to do now? That still looks to be the question. I don't think that we're going to see these drivers racing the way they are now when we get to the end. It's probably going to be pretty bad for the last lap for a lot of these guys, but there's going to be a lull in the action. There has to be if these drivers want to make it through. One more pit stop looks to still be in the cards no matter what. Now, direct your energy toward that. I think that's what we're going to start seeing. Right now, Matthew Baker, still comfortable leading, but watch behind him. Look at the drivers he has on that outside. If those two can get rid of Baker, you got Cody Nagels and Dylan Jones together again. That is the deadliest combination of the night. And now they're working together. If they can get Baker out of the way, they could set themselves up again to keep on leading laps and return to dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. These two were the talk of the town for the first 60 laps this race. And of course, as things shuffled around, some of the wrecks happened. They found themselves out. But again, they brought Emily Howe with them. Emily has been really one of the few drivers that's been able to challenge those two in the first portion of this race. She's also back in as well. And as the 6 of Nagels jumps down out of line, the 05 machine, they're going to get side by side, and Emily Howe going to have to push that 6 on the inside, and the 6 jumps right back up to the top yet again. I think all 3 of them, to be frank with you, are working together, because Baker was up front as well early on, but got shuffled out and left the 03 and the 6 to fend for themselves. So these 3 have kind of been the thorn in the side of all the regulars in the Winstel 400. They've definitely been putting on a show and are a force to be reckoned with nonetheless. But Emily Howe working the middle with Brandon McKissick and Jose Solis in the middle. And it's worth noting as well that 78 machine, Lucas Davila, has had an incredible night. He's been in quite a few incidents, made some great avoidances, and is back up in the 78. He leads the bottom line, but now as those 3 jump down to the very bottom, he will fall 4th in line as they come out of turn number 4 to complete lap 107. It's Nagels still out front, the rookie who has led his lion's share of the laps tonight.
Cody back in action, and he's got his support right there with him, of course. But at the same time, he's got Matthew Baker. 2 rookies working with each other, and they're going to split the middle of that duo. Well, now what's going to happen? Dropping to the inside and trying to get some help down low. Cody's been confident in working both those grooves at the same time, which is really, really risky in trying to block the inside and the outside, but so far it's played out to his benefit. I can't imagine that it's going to be the same way for the rest of this race, but so far, Cody has done nearly the unthinkable in working himself out, both the inside and the outside, and doing so on a regular basis. 41 laps led, make that 42. That's the most of anyone tonight, and I think it's going to stay that way. Cody's one to watch, without a doubt. But a few new drivers to look at, and Bryce Saucier's gotten himself up to 4th place. That's the highest spot Bryce has been in all night long. Andy Trupiano, from disconnecting early, is in 8th. How about that for the 71?
Yeah, absolutely. He's made a great rebound. see on board with Cody Nagels. He's done a great job of working both lanes. Granted, he can't block that run as the 83 and the 03 go to the front. He's going to try and side draft. The 03 jumps up to the top of the racetrack, but he's been playing both lanes very, very nicely tonight, and I'm very impressed with how he's been able to maintain the front of the field. But right now, Emily Howe and Jacob Potak trying to put a change to that. Jones back with his dance partner on the top. But 05 looking at maybe a third lane here. You see the 44 machine in the middle as well with Ettinger. Gonna see if he can't try and make some momentum. He's had a hell of a day, and now he sits in the middle 3 wide and is working his way to the front. And that number 44 center of your screen in the middle.
Emily Howe now taking the top spot and having Dylan Jones behind. That's gonna make things a little bit different because Jones gets that leading position. Jones has been, of course, competitive and contentious all night long, but hasn't led nearly as many laps as his partner in crime in Cody Nagels. So what now? I mean, for all accounts, Dylan has played the supporting role very well, but now leading that fight and going toe-to-toe against the former winner, the pressure is different, and it's also 111 laps into this race, much closer to its end. Do you start the strike and go for moves, or do you remain patient now? I mean, there's still, give or take, 50 laps to go. There's reason to say you should stay patient, but you want to set yourself up to lead and get yourself that win. I don't know. I'd be conflicted if I were Dylan here, but he's in a great spot whichever way he goes, and might be in an even better spot just to sit pretty here as opposed to making any big moves and ruffling feathers with such amount of time to spare.
Well, I think whether he's meant to or not, I think he's probably ruffled enough feathers in the early portion of this race. Granted, he didn't do anything too out of sorts, but some of those blocks early on in the race, a learning experience for him, of course. Not a rookie in this event, but definitely not the same amount of experience as some of the drivers around him, still getting his footing, of course. I think he's been a little bit more smart about his moves since he's made his way back to the front. Definitely a lot less of those late last second blocks. Granted, now I think we're going to be seeing that from everybody once we get another 20 laps ticked off the board here. But as you see, as I say that, he tries to go and barely make a hole in the middle 3 wide, so maybe I take back a little bit of what I said, but he's made it work for himself. So a scary moment, but the 03 trying to go back to the front of the field and is going underneath Jacob Potak to do so. And Potak going to try and throw a big block. I don't like what I'm seeing here, but Potak in the middle for about the 3rd time tonight. I can sense the frustration in the number 66 camp.
Dylan Jones just brought Ethan Eckert back into the frame, and Eckert's been gone ever since about a lap 90 incident. And it looks like the 12 call. Oh, contact further back, and it's going to be trouble. Who was that?
That's Jose Solis, who's going to do a great job to hang on to it. But he's going to need some room. He finds a hole and gets back up into the racetrack. So great save there by Solis, but he's going to lose about 20 spots in the process. But a good save and a good job by, I believe that's the 99 machine. It is, of Andrew Ferrinares to leave him a hole to come back in. That's good. Good, clean driving there.
A lot like what happened to Alex Bates when he got shot down the track at the end of turn 4. He went through the grass. He fell a lot further. Jose, his race is not done on that one. He's still got time and room to spare.
Race leader in the fence. That's going to check everybody up into the outside lane again, and that's going to probably
stack up.
Oh, that's going to bring out the caution. No, they're not. We got several cars around.
Smoke.
Gotta love iRacing there. Apologies for that, everybody. But, yeah, that... We talked about it just a minute ago with Jones. He's been quick. Look at the damage on the number 6 machine of Cody Nagels, the dominant car of the day. Destroyed. Probably not going to even be able to drive it back. He won't even bother driving it back. But
that is nearly race-ending news, towing alone. This late? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here. We'll see if we can't get a view of this here. But it started with the 03 machine. We talked about some of the erratic moves. I don't know if he gets pushed in here too deep. He just kind of loses the nose on the car. Gets too high up the racetrack and gets into the fence, and this causes a stack up behind the rest of the field. And it's the same thing as like what we saw earlier that brought out the last big one in turn 1 and 2. David, it's just one car stacks up and there's nowhere for anybody to go. I can't tell who that is that's sideways. That might be Carmen Sienna. That was the first car around. I can't quite tell, unfortunately, with the way that the graphics are responding here. We lose a lot of information, but you can see quite a few cars involved in that one. Campbell's in it. Peleg was in it. The 78 machine, who we just talked about, Lucas Davila, how he had made himself back in the front after getting involved in a series of incidents. He finds himself right back where he started, unfortunately, and that's backwards. I want to back this up again and see, was there a push from the 12 here? There's certainly a push through the tri-oval, but was there a push from the 12 that kind of sparked this off? Or did the 03 just lose the grip of the front on his own? Here's a big push from the 12. Big shove, big shove. He got off of him, but there was still a wiggle from the 03 right as they got into the corner, and that's what kind of sparked all of that off. So I'm curious what you saw on that one, David, if it seemed like there was a little too much pushing going on. I think that was clean, but it does make me wonder why the 03 twitched going into the corner there. It seemed like there was more to that than what we saw. But perhaps maybe a little net code?
I think it was clean on that on the first few looks. Let's get a better angle on this one. Well, we got a good one here from Ethan Eckert. Let's figure it out. I don't know if Eckert got in there.
Well,
he's a little bit lower on the bumper.
Yeah, certainly he gets out of the throttle.
Maybe that set him up badly.
Oh, there's definitely a little net code with that contact there. Granted, they're the ones that saved it. It was everybody behind them that kind of ran into bother here. So I really wish we had a better view to show you of the aftermath, but
I think off the push that Eckert gave, Jones set himself up pretty bad for one. And when he got in the wall, he was already not where he wanted to be.
Yeah.
Might have overcorrected just to try to rectify that, and it went horribly wrong.
yeah, I think some netcode might have played a hand in this too, because I think the 12 backed off with plenty of room into the corner, and then the 03 makes that movement. So I'm not sure, maybe there was netcode involved here. I'm trying to look as well as they all stack up here. It looks like Brennan McGee just about fences the 25 on the right-hand side. They didn't. They got away with it, but they were already quite tight back here when things started to pop off. And you can see just about everybody plowing. We're going to try to slow it down and give you a better idea of who all was involved. Again, incredibly sorry for what we're experiencing here with these cars blinking in and out, but we've done about all we can on our end to try and rectify that. But yeah, we lose a lot of info on that, but took out another 10 or 15 cars as well, unfortunately. But I think we've lost the cameras there, unfortunately. But under caution on lap 116. It's interesting to me that that is what sparked that caution, considering it was probably one of the more tamer bits of racing we saw at the front of the field, but the handling getting away from these cars, David, we talked about it at the top of the show, how much the tires could matter. They certainly matter more than they do in other plate races in the Winstel 400-mile event, so it tends to be the handling will get away. We've seen drivers scraping that outside wall all weekend. That was one of the big points, talking about trying to keep it out of the fence. We talked to Brandon Cruz at the top of the show. He mentioned trying to keep it out of the wall. The car's getting an understeer condition and sliding up the racetrack. It's exactly what we saw there to start that off, but it makes you wonder how much that's going to come into play later in this race too. If we're already seeing it on lap 117, we still see some drivers cutting the engines, trying to save fuel. They'd still have to make, I believe, one more pit stop. I don't think you could save any fuel from here unless it's a caution spree to the end to make it without a green flag pit stop if it were to go green, but that's going to put a lot of wear and tear on those tires.
Just over 40 laps remaining here. I wouldn't be surprised if another pit stop came to pass. And just because the amount of time there still is on that window, it's not a fully closed window. I mean, it's still possible to go the distance, but at the same time, with the racing that we've had, I wouldn't be shocked. Nevertheless, look who is up in front. Brennan McGee has finally found his way around and has returned to the top two. Leading early, but very early on. It's taken him the better part of over 100 laps to get back in this spot, and it's the best one he's been in perhaps all night long, as he'll be the control car for this restart. And another rookie, the 91, Joseph Piscata, is going to join the conversation. Joseph is now up there in third, and we've seen so many of these rookies break out for at least one moment or another. Joseph now with us there, and he'll be beside Ethan Eckert, who got away from the wreck.
Absolutely, and we look at this long list of winners on the left-hand side. Potak, who's been at the front for much of this last portion of the race, obviously a champion in the Winstel Cup Series, has not won this race, and Brennan McGee, who has been here for all of them, has not won this race. Both of them would love to notch that in tonight if they can. They're about 43 laps away from getting it done as we go back to green flag once again.
Brennan McGee finally seeing clean air, of course, clean track ahead of him, something he hasn't had a chance to look at all night long. It's been a long time coming for a few other drivers in this top 10 now. Jose Salas in 7th. You got Bryce Saucier 8th. You got the number 13, and that's going to be Craig Lottenslager in 9th. And the number 64, Jeremy Davis, another we haven't spoken of too much, rounding out the top 10. And another new look for this top 10. A lot of drivers finally getting their due. And these are the guys who have been avoiding the wrecks. So now when this becomes a matter of attrition, you're going to start to see drivers who have played that fully careful route getting track position. But then it becomes the question of, now they have track position, what are they going to do with it? Are you going to start seeing aggressive attitudes out of drivers who haven't felt that way all night long? We're going to start racing differently because of circumstance? Or are they going to stick to what's gotten them to this point? Now it becomes harder to resist that temptation when you are in a leading placement to go further, to keep pushing. You're this close, why not go for more? And I think that's going to be a prevailing attitude for some of these drivers here. But I'm interested to see who's going to lay back even when they're getting closer and closer to exactly what they want. Who right now is going to be more patient than ever rather than really going all out. Single file for the leading spots again. They've tried this a few times all night long. It hasn't necessarily succeeded, but Brennan McGee is really trying, and look at him going up and down to stop everyone. So far, at least with his outside lane, he has been successful.
Yeah, well, we've already noticed Potak starting to race a bit more aggressively because he kept getting shoved in the middle. We saw him block several times on this lap to try and keep his track position, and he tends to be one of the more calm and methodical drivers. A little bit of desperation from the 66, but it's working to keep him up into that top 5. Tristan Baker, who is someone we haven't really talked about today, he's found his way in that beautiful Greg Biffle tribute machine sitting in 2nd place right now. He's just kind of calmly made his way up here, so I think he might be someone to watch to continue to play it smooth and steady if he can stay up in the front of the field. But I think for all these drivers, the aggression's going to have to go up a little bit, because if you're too passive, you're going to get swallowed up and shuffled out. So at some point, you've got to make risks, but they've got to be calculated. Right now, Brennan McGee and Tristan Baker have it figured out. And to Potak's credit, he is driving probably the most aggressive I've seen in my time of sharing a racetrack with Jacob Potak, and he's making it work. He's leading that inside lane, though he doesn't have a ton of help. He's got some ABN company there with Bryce Saucier on the back bumper, but not much help after that. That outside line looking very unified, very organized, and with someone with as much experience as Brennan McGee leading that field, there is not many drivers, if anybody, better than plate racing in this game, in this simulator, than Brennan McGee. So I think most people are probably going to follow him for now and see if they can't get themselves to that pit window.
Will Brennan McGee be the one that finally holds them off? I think what you're saying there, Christina, there's good reason to believe that he might be, but everyone's had such trouble in doing it. I don't know. Still pretty skeptical. Ethan Eckert to the inside again, trying to get the ball rolling. And he's been one of those aggressive guys throughout this entire race that has always been looking for opportunity. He's been close to a few wrecks. Now, I know we've said that they haven't been his fault, but he's been where the action is when it's up in front. Even though the back of the field's brought out a few yellow flags, there are a few drivers here who are no strangers to making those moves and digging deep up in front. He's one of those guys. And of course, rookies have been up in front in many a capacity tonight. We've seen a few others, and we'll take a ride on board with him right now. He just backed off, interestingly enough, but he's been in the company of the top 10 for a majority of the day, has led some laps, and for a first-timer has definitely shown that muscle that he can change a race just by being up in the mix. It's double file once again, a little bit triple wide with him down on the bottom here, but it looks like as he fades out of frame, mostly 2x2 for the leaders. In the back of the pack is again 3 wide. Every time we've seen 3 wide so far, honestly, hasn't done us too much well in the long term. And we're just waiting to see whether or not that will change. Now, Potak, big competition of Brennan McGee there, and they just slid right up to each other and nearly made big contact.
Huge save by Ashley Kolonix and Sean Peleg there on the apron as Peleg trying to get himself back into the line, and he will. Peleg gets back up right between the 64 and the 98. Yeah, a hairy moment there. They all got stacked up. These closing rates, we've been seeing them all night long. It's just getting worse and worse. And as the drivers get more runs, they don't want to back out of runs more and more. It's getting down to crunch time. We're only going to see more of that, but a great save by Ashley Kolonix to not lose the back end of that, and a great job by Sean Pellig to get out of the way, avoid making that worse, and find a hole to get safely back in. Granted, he is going to lose a heap of positions. He's going to be probably pretty frustrated about that. I would be too. But it's still the same 5 cars at the front of the field. There's that 00 of that white machine. Oh my goodness gracious, that was the 44 of Lewis Ettinger that just threw it down there, trying to make some momentum. You can tell the desperation in the middle of the pack is really picking up, especially with that little stack up. It's going to spread that field apart and give some opportunities to make some positions to those drivers that are still having the momentum. It's all about the momentum right now and all about where you put your car in line.
Looking at that left side of the table as you brought it up, Christina, qualifying positions are scattered, particularly in the top 10. You've got multiple drivers who qualified outside of the top 30.
Caution.
2 others who qualified outside top 20. Oh, we got trouble again, and it looks like it was right around our way.
Yeah, trying to see. They're certainly scattering. They sometimes tend to do that just because the caution comes out to give each other room, but it definitely looked a bit urgent, didn't it, David? We'll have a look and see if we can't get a view of what happened here. Frustratingly, I think we might have missed it, but we'll go to blimp view and see what we get at the tail end of what we had visible range of. It was headed off into turn 3 is when the caution came out, so we'll see what we can see. Currently floating around the number 2 of Colt Huff and one of those Greg Biffle throwbacks. They're checking up ahead like it happened in front of them, so we'll see. Let it roll. 17 of Peleg, quite slow. I don't see any damage on his car, though. He was a bit ahead of this. Oh, there it is, up in the fence. That's the 10 car sideways. I think that was a 71 of Trippiano, I think, that got in there as well. But the major loser in that was Eric Shearer in the FedEx machine. Little tribute to Denny Hamlin. I think had some help, unfortunately, from the number 11 machine of Mitchell Samito. So we'll take a look at it one more time here, David. Maybe now we can see what happened to start this one off. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep. Eric clipped on the quarter panel, and that drops him right down. And again, through the corners, there's so little you can do. He got cleaned up automatically.
Yeah, it must be said, a great save, though. Had a little bit of help to keep it pointed in the right direction, but you'll see as this 10 car gets clipped ever so slightly by Samito, it's going to turn him down the racetrack. Just gets into the 0-3 and then has a little bit of extra assistance from the 71 and 00. Unfortunate for Trippiano there to get nowhere to go, but a great save, all things considered. I don't know if you'd want to call it a save considering they were bouncing off of each other, but Shearer did a great job to keep that thing pointed in the right direction, and luckily no major casualties in that one. So good news there, but the caution is out once again.
At the very least, the 10 and the 11 should be able to carry on. Pit road occupied by a few there. You'll see Eric coming in as well. You'll see Jacob Potak, not to mention number 24 car getting on the way, Brandon McKissick. And another busy time, 127 laps in, and I think that's no surprise. Coming in right now and finishing the job on pit road would mean there's no reason to come in again, so it's busy for good reason. That's going to give Brandon McKissick the opportunity to take control according to timing and scoring, but again, watch out for the holdouts, as we're going to take a look after this pit road cycle ends who actually stayed out.
Yeah, it's good to note that they should be able to make it barring green-white checkers. They might have enough extra fuel for a green-white checker, but that's gonna eliminate effectively what the green flag pit stops were going to be. However, it is worth keeping in mind that this could still cause a spot of bother if we have multiple green-white checkers. So it's still worth it to save some fuel. If we have another caution, it might be worth it to make it, but I believe they can make it with some fuel saving from here if it were to go green. However, with the way that the pace of this race has been, I do not put a whole lot of faith in the idea of them making it to the green flag all the way to the checkers. So according to what we're hearing on the radio for the number 94 machine, they're 1 lap short, which is more than enough to make it over a full fuel run. If it goes green, they can make that, especially with how much of a hole these cars punch in the air, a lot of lifting. You can get there, but I still think we're going to see a caution before it gets to the checkered flag. And Brennan McGee taking 2 left side tires, or excuse me, 2 tires in general. Not sure if that's going to help or hurt, but he's losing quite a few positions as a result, falls down to 9th place. Another update for you all, that's Andrew Ferrydares that we're currently looking at. He is scored in 46th in the last running position. I believe Parker Alexander has officially called it, 33 laps down. He is our one and only retirement of the 47 starters tonight, and everybody else, it would appear, still running in this race. So I think a handful of them might be a lap down, but that might be a scoring issue I'm looking at right now. But I can't tell you 46 cars still rolling around this Daytona Superspeedway. The only one we have lost is Parker Alexander on lap 94, and he may still get back out there before it's all said and done. So, and I believe Trippiano is on the lead lap. He should be, as he crosses the line here. So he's now being scored as 46. He might be just 1 lap down. But just trying to keep tabs on that since we've been having some issues with the scoring pylon tonight. Trying to keep you up to date on that the best that we can. 1 to green, 32 laps to go when they cross the stripe this time by. You can hear a lot of cars clutch coasting there, so it's fuel saving starting early as the pace car leads them down the back straightaway.
Brandon McKissick getting the control car honors. It's looking like on that outside, but it's going to fall in the hands of Jose Salas on the inside groove here. Jose up into 2nd, Brennan McGee 10th. So, Christina, our picks are still alive and well here as we head toward the final laps. But then again, a majority of the field is alive and well too. 46. And I know last time that you mentioned that and checked us up on it, well, I mean, it was a few laps ago and it was impressive, but even more so that 46 are with us, and we are coming to 30 laps to go.
Yeah,
laps are winding down. The moment's getting bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll tell you what, 46 cars, about 30 and some change, that math doesn't work out at Daytona. So I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of that Ford Mustang pace car before this one's said and done.
Do you think we'll see 40 finish this race?
I would hope so, but I doubt it. I think a lot of people have gone through their fast repairs, and I think a lot of people are going to be sitting in pit road after the next couple of cautions. But I would hope that we do see them cross the start-finish line like that, but that's wishful thinking, I'm afraid. I know how these plate races tend to go, and when they're racing like that on the restart, I don't have high hopes that we get 40 cars across to the checkers.
Pisciotti, the only rookie, as we get the ball rolling again. It's Jose Solis Jr. who takes the lead, and he's got control. It is not dicey. It's actually pretty calm in that top 10 right now. One driver going 3 wide further back and trying to start up the ruffling feathers. But as Jose tries to go for his first lead lap of the night, he's only going to begin dealing with the number 60 of Tristan Baker down low. Both Bakers have been competitive tonight. We saw a little bit more of Matthew Baker to start the 100-lap run. And now it looks like Tristan getting his time to shine for the first time as well. Baker now to the point. He's got the support of Jacob Potak to pull through and take that advantage as your race leader, nose to nose, bumper to bumper. I mean, you are not able to get that view in real life, but that's how close they are. They are right on each other, looking into the next car from this camera angle. It is ridiculous how close quarter it is. And again, we're coming to 30 laps to go next time by. We're not even there yet, and you're seeing this adrenaline again. Luckily, square taps, no big trouble. The field remains in peace. It's 2 by 2 all the way down. And now starting to see a little bit of 3.
Yeah, you don't think these guys are pushing hard. They are absolutely trying to get after it now. They're going to be 30 to go next time by. A little bit of smoke in the screen there, but doesn't seem to be anything that's affecting the leaders too much. I want to give a tip of the hat there to Pisciotti. You mentioned one of the few rookies up in this front group was up in the fence earlier, involved in a couple crashes. That number 91 machine looks beautiful, and it's finally getting up into the daylight after being mired in the pack for most of the night. Up in the podium places, doing a great job following McKissick and Solis Jr. Now, those two have a lot of experience working together, and they're quite fond of working with one another. So I would not be surprised to see Solis and McKissick stay nose to tail for as long as they can. Bryce Saucier trying to work the inside there with Jeremy Davis in the 64 machine, and Craig Lautenschlager, who's hit about everything but the snack bar, none of it his fault. Lautenschlager puts that Sitco machine in the middle now, 3 wide, working in the top 10 as well, so he's still in it. Oh, I spoke too
back
soon.
Tonight. Oh, a bobble there.
Yeah, that 03 car on the back bumper making things a bit dicey for Lautenschlager, but he's trying to hang in there. Did a good job holding on to it, but definitely a bit of an unstable push for that 03. I wonder if some of the damage from the earlier wrecks is making it a bit difficult for Lautenschlager to be pushed, or making the 03 hard to successfully push because of some of the fender damage. Oh my goodness, as Jeremy Davis tries to jump up with Saucier in the middle there. It's getting dicey once again. We got one car in the fence. That was the 2 machine, I do believe, and now the caution is out. So Colt Huff got sideways and slowed in front of the field, and that might have caused some cars in the back to spin in sympathy. I think Colt did a great job to hang on to it there, showing some car control, very in tune with the late Greg Biffle to keep it from a serious incident, but we'll have a look back and see what happened to that Jerky Boys machine. Up on the outside, right behind the 10 car who brought out the last caution. We'll go to our trusty blimp view and see what we can't find. Oh, wow, yeah, oof. Did a great job to keep it pointed in the right direction, but he had plenty of help from the number 14. You see Brennan McGee below the yellow line. That was the 14 of Campbell. Sent the 2 car hard in the fence, and I don't know that anybody actually did crash behind. I think that just brought out the caution because of how abrupt the 2 car was slowing down, but great job to keep it pointed in the right direction. Probably some more damage than I initially thought at first glance, but keeps it rolling and keeps it from taking out more cars, so a good save there nonetheless. We'll see this one more time. We want to watch the 14 car, middle row there, just to the inside of the red number 2. We're looking at the red number 14. Here we go. Coming through the tri-oval. It's Ken Campbell, and he comes up just a little bit at the same time that Huff comes down. They find one another, and that brings out the caution once again, but Huff again doing a nice job to keep it from spinning out and taking out a bunch of cars. Now, they definitely can make it on fuel from here, though, which is the big thing about this, so we'll have to see if there's any more takers on pit lane this time by. We'll take one more look at it from the TV view. Oof. Trippiano gets a piece of that in the 71, as did the 99 of Andrew Ferrinares, but again, everybody kept it pointed in the right direction, so still definitely good reason for the live admins to throw a caution with a car sideways in the tri-oval like that. That could have been a lot worse.
That's our second safety sort of yellow of the night. I think, again, as you said, good reason. Keep the drivers safe. You don't want to cause any more problems. When we get rocked, or rather, when drivers get rocked on the high side, so often do they come down and in. But I think the big trend is that these drivers have been responsible in avoiding that. When they get in the wall, they haven't been prone to overcorrecting and destroying other drivers in the field, which has been good to see. But again, makes sense the yellow came out. And with that being said, we will have just about 24 laps to go when we return green, and that is, if we weren't in sprint territory already, I'll tell you what, that will go by in a flash. A few more drivers heading down to pit road here, and Christina, you hit it on the head earlier. Why not top off, get away from the worries? If you're seeing so many yellow flags, betting on green-white checkers might not be a bad thing to do. And so you'll see some heavy hitters coming in. There's Carmen Sienna making an early claw into pit road. A few other drivers now getting the launch off, including the number 20 there right in the front of our screen of Mitchell Howell. And so about 10 to 15 drivers to pit road on this run.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad play at all. I think that's a smart move for some of these drivers to come down because they're already towards the back anyway. We already saw Huff on pit lane. He's going to have to be down there to repair some damage from earlier that just brought out that caution. So why not if you're at the back of the field? You see Emily Howe coming in to top off on fuel as well. This also makes you safer on the green-white checkered. So I can understand why drivers like McKissick and Jose Solis won't give up the lead to come down and get fuel, because you can save a lap of fuel under caution fairly easily. But if you were at the back anyway, why not come down, get that damage repaired if you had any, get the thing full of fuel, not have to even worry about it. Because if these guys still have to save, if it goes green all the way to the end, I don't think it will, but if it does go green all the way to the end, it's one less thing you have to worry about, and you can make those positions up while the rest of the field is still saving to make their number. So this is an important pit stop for those drivers, though. This is kind of where the strategy splits, and we start to see where maybe some underdog drivers win this race on strategy. The last call qualifier was based on a strategy play. That's how they won, with a no tire pit stop. Granted, much different conditions tonight, but it wouldn't be the first time that the Winstel 400 has been won on pit strategy. Making or breaking this race for over a decade now is the final pit stop of the Winstel 400. And again, can confirm now, 46 cars still running, and all 46 on the lead lap. Parker Alexander is the only of the 47 that we have lost. And again, apologies for some of the occasional issues on the scoring tower, but we're keeping you up to date there. Everybody who is in this, minus Parker Alexander, is still in it with a shot to win when the white flag drops, as it stands on lap 136. So, still lots to play for.
That's without a doubt. With the time that we have left, I gotta wonder, the drivers who stayed out right now, under yellow, if they saved fully, they should be in a good position maybe to go for a little bit more than just one green-white checkered. That's the other thing. The gamble between having track position or playing it very safe. What I can imagine right now is that drivers like Jose Salas or Brandon McKissick, I don't think they have the intention of going in again, and that's fair. I think a lot of these drivers didn't have the intention before this yellow came out, but are they going to play harder defense now that they've sacrificed and stayed out? I think, to answer that question again, I have a feeling that we're going to see a little bit more of that defensive behavior, and we've seen a lot of hardcore offense today with drivers trying to push through. We've seen 4 wide before, but now that you're sacrificing to keep track position and directly doing that, I think we're going to see a little bit more of that blocking game come back to action, which we saw earlier with Nagels and Jones. Now it's going to come back with more on the line.
Yeah, well, you know, the other thing about this too is that do you save that extra fuel throughout the green flag parts of this race to ensure yourself, if we have 2 or 3 green-white checkers, that you could stay out? Or do you use it to stay the track position? This is the part where I'm really glad I'm up here nice and warm, comfy in the booth with you instead of down on the racetrack. This is always my least favorite part about big races like this, because it's just so 50-50 on everybody else keeping it together or wrecking more. But caution immediately back out here. They aborted the start, and that could cause big problems in the back and around. We have cars spinning. That was, oh no. The caution got extended too late. I'm not sure why, and that's going to cause a huge melee, and that is so disappointing to see, because that's such a disappointment. So the caution came out immediately after it went back green. It was a late call to cancel the caution, and they couldn't react, I guess. Half the field just ran over the other half of the field, and now we have a big one on the restart as a result of some of the scoring going on there. That is monumentally unfortunate, because we just watched about 10 cars spin into the infield. What on earth happened? This is coming to get the green flag. Now, again, the caution came out. You heard the radio call on the stream. The green flag came out, and then the caution immediately came out. I mean, within a second of each other. And some of the field's going, some of the field isn't. And you're going to see, I mean, it's just like traffic on I-77. There's nowhere you can go. And around goes Bryce Saucier off the fender of, I think that's 98 of Philip Snipes. It is. Lawton Slager goes around again. Alex Bates gets turned. Mauricio through the grass. Our safety car almost gets clobbered there by Lawton Slager, spinning across as Christian Bug gets into him. More calamity in the back from what we couldn't even see. That is a disastrous restart, and I'm curious why they delayed the green. I'm sure there was a good reason why, but it came so late. The pace car was already off pit road when the call to delay was. They didn't get it until they came into the restart zone. That was about the worst time to throw the yellow. I'm very, very curious what happened there. Getting told it was an admin error, so it wasn't even supposed to be a caution. And that is very unfortunate. There's going to be a lot of explaining to do after the race there, I'm afraid. Because that just took no severe damage from what I can tell, but that has taken a lot of really good race cars to the back of the field. Some pretty big contact, actually, for a reigning race winner, Christian Budd, and Craig Lautenslager. David, what do you make of that?
I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean, there's really nothing those drivers could have done. I'm surprised because the checkup looked like a reaction to something else. I mean, that's another circumstance. You got to. Oh, that's very similar. If we're still watching the replays.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
And
yeah, from the aerial view, I mean, the only difference is looking up high. You start to see them drift inward a little bit more rather than just backing up.
Well, let's ride on board with Jose
that,
Solis. I think this might shed some light on it. Look at how quickly, if we can see up here, we'll go on board with the nose camera. It's a bit deeper of an FOV. Watch the green light here, and then watch the yellow light come on immediately after. There's the green, there's the yellow. You're green for 1 second, and then they all start wrecking behind you. So that's just such an unfortunate circumstance for these drivers, because frankly, that didn't need to happen. Of course, not to chastise the live admins there. I'm not sure what the situation was, but we do have that from time to time in any race series, but super unfortunate with less than 30 to go for something like that to happen. And it's just, you got drivers that are trying to go for every position during that green flag. They don't want to start slamming on the brakes on the restart, because that's exactly what you see will happen. But you have the mixed match of what drivers do when a caution flag comes out in such a weird circumstance. Some drivers roll out of the throttle. Some drivers, what they shouldn't do is slam on the brakes, but some drivers slam on the brakes, and some drivers just kept accelerating, because I don't know that they even knew that the caution had come back out. But unfortunately, Barney has some explaining to do.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen again. We really have seen everything, though, haven't we?
Yeah,
We've seen the big wrecks, the small ones, and now a yellow like that.
Well, the safety car will pull off one more time with 22 to go. This is going to help everybody for saving on their fuel numbers, for what it's worth, but let's see if we can get going again. Green flag out, and this time it'll stay out. 32
yeah, a moment like that
to go.
Really plays in the favor of Jose Solis and Brandon McKissick. As you were saying, 22 to go there, Christina. These are the drivers who gambled, decided to stay out on the track. In a moment like that, even though it's really aggravating, I'm sure, for everyone involved, that's a few extra laps they're going to gain. And that's going to give them more reason to push, not only just to try to keep their spots, in case something happens, they have to go take it back.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just going to help the drivers that were saving fuel a bit more. And of course, every lap you run under the safety car, or excuse me, this caution, we're in America right now, but every lap you run behind that pace car is one less lap you have to run those Goodyear Eagles, and you can see already screaming for grip for some of these cars up front. So watch for those drivers at the back that made those last second pit stops. Watch for Brendan McGee, who took 2 tires sitting in the middle right now. This could be their opportunity to try and make moves while the tires are fresh. Oh my goodness, and that's not the move you want to be making at all. That's in front of the field. That's the 60 around, and we're wrecking again and back under caution.
I think that's McGee, one of them caught up there. Take a look. Big slam for Tristan Baker.
That was McGee right at the foreground.
Jacob Potak, too.
I think Carmen Sienna just pokes her way through there, missing Potak. Did Huff get through there as well, I think? I believe he may have. Unfortunately, Tristan Baker, who was running so well, we were talking about him a lot. He was doing a great job tonight. Unfortunately, caught up in this one. I'm curious how much damage there was. We were just talking about Brendan McGee, but I don't know if he caused it, but he was the forefront of what happened here. He was one of the first cars sideways. We'll see from the blimp. Again, cautions breed cautions. You can see McGee pushing Tristan Baker. They're catching a very slow Jose Solis, who's in the sucker hole. They all come together. They check up, and again, it's just that Constantina effect. You can't really get away from each other quick enough. And there goes everybody. Sean Pelle goes for a slide, but I think he's going to get away with that, actually. See Carmen Sienna, Sean Butler make a little bit of contact, but I think otherwise they're okay. Baker goes for a slide. You see that was Brandon Cruz coming to a stop. Brendan McGee takes a pretty significant whack to the outside wall there in turn 1. We heard and saw that one at the foreground. But this starts here. Watch this at the very front of the field here, the very, very front, with Jose Solis on the outside lane. Gets a little tight, either from getting the push from Kolonix or from the tires. Moves down to the bottom. Kolonix stays to the top. Now this starts in turn 3, and look at how slow in the sucker hole that Jose Solis is. Now, this pack is catching, and Tristan Baker's getting pushed by Brendan McGee, and they all try and check up. And they have to check up hard because Solis has no drafting help. He's in the middle getting side drafted on both sides. everybody checks up. The 90, the 05, the 6, they all get together. Baker gets turned sideways. The 10 car, once again for the second time tonight, goes for a slide through the infield of Scherer. And then Potak comes back up, cleans out the rest of the field. And gosh, it's just so unfortunate. And here's where McGee goes for a ride. You see Sean Peleg taking the same ride, but he gets it woed up in time. McGee through the air, flying across all the uneven terrain on the road course. He's not so lucky. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Potak sideways in front of the field, collected by the 78 of Lucas Davila. And McGee trying to slow it down, full locks. You can see all the smoke coming out of the back and comes flying up the banking. Unfortunately, he does a great job to slow it down a lot, but he still takes a very significant impact to the outside safer barrier. And then he'll slide back down the banking once again. But very, very unfortunate.
McGee had a great night. I mean, again, he had a great night going. He's done it so many times before, and it looks like that drive for a victory in the Winstel 400 is going to keep going on for another year here. 142 laps in. We are in the final 20 and inching up on the final 15. And here's the look. He was right beside Justin Melillo there. Melillo was working it high.
Yeah, I don't know that McGee really even knew that they were catching Solis like that either. You never even saw him from the onboard, and it's only worse from in the cockpit. You can see there's Sean going for a slide. Again, a great job by him to hang on to. But McGee just... Hindsight says you'd hook it to the left and go through the grass, but he was trying to get back up onto the track, and it just kind of got away from him over the bumps. He takes a significant impact. There's Josh Chin involved as well. I think actually Chin might have poked his way through there, but again, more cars coming down pit lane for a final pit stop. But we're running out of time to make recoveries after that. Even if you do still have a faster pair to boot, it's going to be very, very difficult to recover with only, like you said, less than 20 to go now.
Yeah, pit road becomes less attractive each and every lap, but if you're on the borderline, you could cut your losses now and maybe have a few yellows to really shake it back up into the mix. I think that the pit road calls, if we're talking about those specifically, coming in between 110 and 120 looks a lot more attractive now than it did when those drivers made that decision. It was a good call to make, or at least a lot better than we thought. I mean, look at that. The entire top 10 went to pit road about 15 laps to go, so that was 127 or so. They went in when it still looked like a risky call, like it wouldn't be a guarantee to go all the way. These yellow flags have really helped out. They've had 2 since then.
Well, you also got to look at some of the guys that pit on that second or third caution. You got Ettinger, you got Bradley, Trippiano, Emily Howe came back in to top up as well. Sean Butler, a lot of former winners coming in for some fuel and presumably tires as well. And they aren't in too terrible of a position either with all these wrecks happening and all these other drivers deciding that they're going to pit. Granted, a lot of the drivers that are pitting are ones that wrecked. So it's more of a situation where you've already spun, you're already involved, you might as well top up the fuel while you're at it. One less thing to worry about. But yeah, these guys at the front, more laps behind the pace car, less laps on the tires. But we already saw Jose Solis get shuffled in the middle there. I'm curious if that was a tire handling sort of situation. 15 laps into the run is a lot of that behind the pace car. I can't imagine that was a tire issue more than just getting pushed really hard into the corner for him and Kolonix to step up the racetrack like they did. But if we go green to the end, it's still going to matter. You're a race car driver. If you can have fresh tires and track position, that's obviously the best situation. I always want fresh tires if I can have it, but you're leading the Winstel 400. You don't want to give that up. So, and again, that's just one of those things where you have to make your choice and you have to commit to it at this point. So the only reason I think any of these guys are going to come down pit lane that are up at the front are if they wreck. They've made their bed, and at this point it's too late to come back through the field. With this many cars still running as well, it's only going to get more difficult.
Fortune favors the track position. On a night like this, we got Ethan Eckert, and it looks like Pichot in the 91, third and fourth rookies. Nicholas Pressey finally in the top 5, best he's done all night long. And it looks like with him, he's got Bryce Dossier not too far behind, so Nicholas Pressey Motorsport might be able to make something happen. And
it's been a career year in 2025 for Nick Pressey, finally getting the ABN World Championship, a huge event for our ABN side of things, the Champ Car World Championship. So Again, congrats to him and that team, but seeing if he can start off 2026 going even bigger and even better with the Winstel 400. We'll have to see. 17 to go at the line.
Let's get back to work. And it's another new group up and ahead with some rookies we've seen, some rookies we haven't. And we got Ashley Kolinick to the outside of McKissick. 24 Brandon's got himself the edge as we head into the opening turns. Coming to 15 laps to go very soon. The home stretch is alive and well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ashley Kolinick's one of those drivers that's been strong all day long, as has the 12, honestly, of Ethan Eckert. Some of those drivers we saw at the front at the beginning and late in their race. Some of these other drivers kind of making their names known when it matters, but the 12 and the 22 have been kind of mainstays for this whole event, which is great to see. But and to an extent as well, Jeremy Davis has been a bit of a dark horse. Caution is out once again now. I'm curious what for. Brennan McGee's the one who threw the caution, so.
I don't think we got a good look at that.
I don't
the entire
think we
top
will.
30 seemed fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this happened well outside of the top 30. And again, with the issues we've been battling with this afternoon, with the technical issues, with the cars blinking in and out, I don't think we're going to be able to get a good angle. We'll back it up, of course, and do our due diligence to try and give you an idea of what happened, but I'm afraid I don't think we're going to have a best view. I mean, yeah, there's the whole field here. And see a little wiggle, but the caution's already out at that point, so unfortunately we're not able to know what happened. What?
That leaves us with less than 15 to go, and we're bordering on 12 to go. When we come back with that, it gets even narrower. Nicholas Pressey with the lead according to time and scoring. Yeah, that shuffles.
Yeah,
It looks like just a little bit. But regardless, Pressey, Saucier, Ashley Collins, we got quite a few from the Northeast up there. You got Justin Malillo, who's now in the top 10. I think that's the first time Malillo's been in there all night long.
Well, again, one of the transfer drivers from last night snuck his way in on a brilliant strategy call with his teammate to get in. Another opportunity for him, and Malillo loves this event. It meant a lot to him to be able to make it into the show. Great to see him making the most of it and sitting inside the top 10 when it matters. But again, we haven't talked about him a ton tonight, but that's for good reason, because it's like old Larry Mack always said, if we're not talking about you on the broadcast, you might not be doing amazing, but you haven't backed it in the fence either. And Malillo had been involved in a couple of the crashes and the big ones, getting some knocks here and there, but for the most part, by and large, the 53 has been quietly working his way up into great position here. And him and Nate Stewart can find each other. I'm sure they'll try and hook up and get moving like they did in the last call qualifier to both make it into the show. So, and Nate Stewart is not too terribly far behind. There he is in the 67 machine. So, however, it kind of comes back to earlier. We're getting later on in the race. Your friends are kind of where you find them at this point. But if you do happen to find somebody that you have already established a relationship with, even better.
Here's to hoping Stewart can get back up there. I mean, he's not too far back, as you said, but now it becomes harder to really position yourself where you want to go.
Well, he's got good company. Jose Solis in the number 75, and then, of course, that 6 machine of Cody Nagels, who's led the lion's share of the laps in today's event. Again, Stewart was up front multiple times tonight, but has been recovering ever since he had that huge tank slapper into the outside safer barrier. I don't think he opted to take the faster pair. I think he opted to try and fix that damage the hard way, and I think that's why it's taken him so long to get up here. But again, he's got a pro license for a reason. I would not be at all shocked to see him work his way back to the front before things are all said and done here. But we're within 15 laps to go, so it's getting to be a taller and taller task. I'm looking at Ashley Kolinick. I'm looking at Brandon McKissick. These are two drivers who have been very aggressive. Again, McKissick, another driver that's been in the Pro Series. Of course, Kolinick has been through the eNASCAR College Series, as has Jose Solis. A lot of former pros and former eNASCAR or current eNASCAR drivers in the field. Kind of shows you how star-studded this grid has been, that we haven't even been making that a large point tonight. It's just kind of a aside that, oh yeah, by the way, a lot of these guys are pro drivers. But yeah, we've got a lot going on, and it's going to be very interesting to see. you get these opportunities. This is what's so special about the Winstel 400 is you got some drivers that are making their first start in the Winstel 400 alongside former or current eNASCAR drivers. So it's exciting stuff for sure. I do want to very quickly note, though, keep an eye on that number 7 of Bryce Saucier. Of course, this is the biggest event that he's been a part of in recent memory, of course, but he has a knack for winning the ABN crown jewels in the open wheel side of things. He has pulled off some incredible victories in his career, and he kind of strikes you as a Jamie McMurray type. He's a great driver, he's very aggressive, and whenever the crown jewels are on the line, he seems to just appear and take the spoils home for himself. He always wins in spectacular fashion. He's put himself in a good position tonight. There's quite a bit of damage on that 7 car, which might make things a little bit difficult to be pushed coming into the checkers, but if anybody could pull it off, it's going to be fireworks on the track for the 7. I wouldn't count him out. And again, Ethan Eckert, the rookie that's been kind of taking the world by storm here, he sits in 5th as well. So lots of heavy hitters, lots of deserving drivers to try and take it home tonight. And again, we haven't talked about him in a little bit. Kevin McAdams in the Doritos machine still sitting out there as well. But him and Melillo might try to hook up and move to the front when they can.
Bresci and Saucier look good as the biggest organized affair in the top 10. I mean, they're teammates here, and they have a fantastic reputation of working with each other. So they got themselves real close. I don't think they're going to let that go here, especially with time running out.
Yeah, they are very committed to one another. They will throw away race wins in another series to help each other out if they need to. I doubt that will be the case tonight. There's a lot on the line, but if they find each other, watch out. They've only got 13 laps to get it done, though. Kolonix and Peixoto out front as we go back to green flag racing once again.
It is dead even off that launch. Peixoto going to be holding a pretty steady wheel relative to Kolonix there. No difference between the two of them until they head into the corners. And now the inside with a slight advantage, holding 3 wide there. For the first time in this run, the 98 getting a little bit of trouble. That is Snipes. Oh, contact there. Yeah. Still 3.
They did a good job to hang on to it, but Dylan Jones has been a glass cannon tonight. He's either been moving up to the front or being in the heart of the big one. He continues to try and make moves on the middle. He made several positions here. A little triple tandem down the back straightaway got everybody out of shape, but they hang on to it one more time. Tempting fate every time those bumpers make contact, but at the line, Peixoto gets it at the line over Nick Pressey on the inside. Kolonix falls back just a touch.
Bresci here, now just barely edging out for the race lead according to timing and scoring.
Yes.
And has some pretty firm help from Kolonix. Saucier not too far back, with the drivers in that team affair still just separate. We're coming to 10 laps to go very soon. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, this is the big moment. This is where the moves got to be made. The 59, wow, trying to squeeze between Melillo and that 0-3 machine of Jones. Had to back out of it. That is wise thinking from Ryan Moyer. A great heads-up move, but it's going to cost him quite a bit of positions, but it would have been a wreck otherwise. So good of him to get out of it. He's now in the middle. Going to try and find that number 12 machine of Ethan Eckert and try and make some momentum, but it's so hard to get that momentum built back up once you stunt it out like that. Oh, but he dives down to the bottom. He says, I'm going to find some momentum to make 4 wide. Now in the middle as Philip Snipes gets put in the sucker hole. Oh, and they're going to make contact.
Twice over.
Almost 5 wide now as they try and find ways up. Still 4 wide as they head off into turn 3. They're all checking up, trying to give each other room. And again, Ryan Moyer having to let discretion be the better part of valor. And big. Oh, and around goes Kolonix off the front bumper of, I believe, that was McKissick. Caution is out once again inside 10 laps to go, and I think it's just Kolonix that goes for a spin. Very unfortunate for Ashley, but that is going to be, she keeps it out of the fence and out of anybody else's way, but the caution comes out once again, and I think just in the nick of time, David, because I think we were cooking up a sport ender there if they didn't get that sorted out.
At the very least, Ashley gets her caution, so it's not as if she's going to fall out of the draft.
Yeah.
But a slight tap, and
Let's go back and look at
textbook
this.
as it comes.
Yeah, this is coming into turn 1 and 2. They all get stacked up. And watch Philip Snipes. He gets a big run. Moyer drops down to the bottom after getting put in the sucker hole. And it just, the way that the 7 made contact with the 98, it just killed all the momentum of Snipes. They make contact once, almost twice. And then they try to find the hole to squeeze back in. They just about get away with it. But while that was going on here, what happened to Ashley Kolinix? Yeah, they almost get 4 wide again. She gets a little tight out of turn number 4, and McKissick finishes her off, and she goes for a slide there. So, unfortunate. Here's another look at it. I believe this is actually the lap previous. So, we'll look at this whole sequence one more time as they head off into the tri-oval from a different angle. We watched all of that from the blimp. But, yeah, coming across to the start-finish line again. Watch this 98 of Philip Snipes on that inside lane, tucked behind the 7 of Bryce Saucier. He gives Saucier a push, and it just kills all his momentum. And they're already trying to... I think they're losing the handling, David. They're all just kind of pushing up the hill there. And now watch this. This is going to be maybe not the most revealing angle, but it's certainly going to be an exciting one. You can see Moyer tries to come back up the racetrack, gets hooked, does a fantastic job of saving it, but gets into Snipes. The 81... Sean Butler getting out of the way there, giving plenty of room, and then back up front here with Ashley Kolinix getting herself turned off of McKissick. And I'm not sure if we caught the start of it. I think we might have just missed the precipitation of that with where we were looking in the field. It appears that we have. But I think the handling continuing to go away. You can see how she gets spun off there. Just got tight, and McKissick got underneath, and there wasn't really anywhere to go after that. 4 cars, again, 4 wide, just not really gonna work out in this kind of situation, I'm afraid. Yeah, you can see right here, we just catch the tail, and she gets a push from McKissick in the middle of turn 4, and it pushes her up the racetrack. She gets into Kevin McAdams, and now she's kind of teetering between both lanes, and unfortunately for her, there's nowhere else for that to go. There's too much momentum, and then McKissick finishes her off after the push. So whether she checked up to get that push or whether McKissick gave a little bit of a bad bump, unfortunately we won't know until after the race and get to ask everybody, but that's how it appears to be on our pictures. So with all that said, coming to 8 laps to go, I presume we'll get the 1 to go signal this time. Joseph Peixoto, the rookie, continues to lead. He's put on a fantastic show in the latter half of this event. He's gotten himself to the front, and he's kept it up there after getting involved in some incidents early on, not of his own doing, it must be noted, but the attrition, he's continued to push through. And how about this? That is Justin Melillo in the top 5 now with Nate Stewart right with him. So these two are going to be able to hook up and see if they can get anything done just like they did last night to get themselves in the show.
Melillo 3rd and Stewart 5th. That is a recipe for success for the both of them. I don't know. I mean, you can't really say anyone's really a favorite with the way this race has gone. All bets are off.
Oh, absolutely.
But with those two here and now, the way they are, that might be the surest deal in the current top 10, as Saucier has fallen out of it.
And Cody Nagels has made his way back into the top 10 as well. So one of the drivers that were dominant in the first half of this race, still in with a shot. It must be noted Eric Shearer, who's gone for quite a few rides tonight, been keeping the car in one piece the best that he can despite being sideways a lot. He's still in the top 10 as well, so his day is far from over, and he could still get it done before it's all said and done. You see Ethan Eckert on the apron trying to save some extra drops to that Sunoco race fuel as we get ready to go green. We're going to have 7 to go at the line in regulation. Now, we do have green white checkers if we need them, and we're getting close to the point where if a caution were to come out, we would. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. But with the way this race has gone, I have a slight sneaking suspicion that we may need some green white checkers. Also, Jeremy B. Davis, we've talked about him plenty, but still sitting right up here on the front row, too. He's looking at the chance to win the biggest race of his career in that number 64 machine. So don't count him out either. He's been up here all day long, David. He's been doing a great job of making the most of this opportunity.
Davis has been able to power himself back into the top 10 even when he's been shot out of it. I think that's the most special thing. He knows how to make his own space. And that has gotten him here time and again. No recent winners in the top 10. So I guess that means that we might be in for a first-timer. When all is said and done, it's going to be 7 to go, coming to 6 when we go green here.
Absolutely. Reach up and pull the belts tight once again. You're going to need it the way that this one's been coming at us for the last couple of restarts. But once again, we get going. Pashota and Davis lead us down. A rookie and a veteran. A Ford and a Chevy. And Justin Melillo and Nate Stewart on that inside line, hooked up behind. And immediately Melillo trying to go to the middle. This will be the biggest win of his career by far. Caution's out again.
And just when you think they were going to get started, trouble continues to mar this field.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I'm not really sure what brought this one out either. I don't see any. Trying to see if we can get to Brennan McGee. Seemed kind of animated on the radio, but no damage to his car either. I'm very curious what happened here. This again is going to kind of tighten things up because we're running out of laps before we get into green-white checkered territory. I'm not able to see really what brings out the caution here. Already happened at this point. Again, apologies for all the issues we've been fighting with. It's really not been our night as far as the technical side of things go, but there you go. That is the 44, the 40 getting together and into the outside wall, and perhaps a safety yellow coming out beyond that. I think a little stack up as they were getting through the gears. That gonna start with around the 81 and the 71, so around Sean Butler and Trippiano, I believe. They stack up into one another. The 59 of Ryan Moyer gets into the back. The 44 loses a ton of momentum, unfortunately. Lewis Ettinger, excuse me. And Mauricio goes for a slide. Lucas Davila gets involved a bit there, and I think the 44 gets turned back into the outside wall, and it may have been a caution on discretion, so the rest of the field did not plow in, or at least to minimize that is what happened. So we do catch a touch of that, but unfortunately not the full story. But that is why we're under caution once again now, and coming into 5 laps to go.
A shootout of less than 10 miles to conclude a 400-mile race. That is unbelievable. Top 10 staying mostly the same as it was. Gonna have Davis still running second. Presti ahead of Melillo. Kevin McAdams is inside that top 5. And now 3 rookies. Cody Nagels is there. And they're gonna get shuffled up once again. But he's gonna have some company as Aaron Smith with some troubles there. You saw him back and forth in the gas and brakes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he had to check up or what exactly happened there, but it is worth noting he's on the lead lap. We were just doing another refresh there of the scoring pylon. Again, Parker Alexander, the only retirement from this race, 46 of 47 starters, still on the lead lap, 46 of 47 starters, still running in this event. So it's quite literally anybody's race, with the exception of Parker Alexander, who unfortunately will have to wait one more year before he has the opportunity to try and win his first Winstel 400. But, yeah, that's great news for the rest of the field. Not great news for our computers trying to render it all, but it could very truly be anybody's race still. And, yeah, we take this quick moment to remind you the next broadcast on ABN. It won't be with us. It'll be with Carmen Sienna. But it'll be the HTL Cup Series playoffs at Darlington. That'll be tomorrow night at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. So if you are enjoying this kind of racing, there's plenty more of it on this channel. Stick with ABN Esports, bringing you all the coverage of some of the best racing on the service. And again, that won't be us in the booth. That'll be Carmen, who's currently still rolling around in an opportunity to win the Winstel 400 herself. She currently sits in the 36th position. She's been as high as, I think, the top 10 tonight, but still rolling around right around Ashley Kolonix. She's got some good company to try and get back to the field if she's going to have a go at it. Could be a big opportunity for that number 96 machine. And with 5 laps to go, 4 to go at the line, the biggest opportunity lies in the hands of Joseph Pashota and Jeremy B. Davis, Justin Melillo, Nick Pressey, and Nate Stewart. Kevin McAdams, the top 6, your first 3 rows as we get ready to go racing for what could be the final restart.
Back to business on the outside with the edge. Pashana with the most pressure he's had in his entire career so far, and they're 3 wide already. Wow.
Look at Michael Sturgill through the middle in the number 90 machine. He's been beaten and battered, but he's not given up yet. Kevin McAdams to the top, a huge shot from the 10 of Eric Shearer as they make their way down the back straightaway. A very, very squirrely start for the number 10, but he kept it in the right direction and trying one more time. Watch the 03 and the 12 as they try to hook up on the top as well.
Outside gets away much better than everyone else, and here comes Justin Melillo for the first time all night long.
And he's got help.
He's got the lead, and he's got 3 laps to go with Nate Stewart right there.
Yeah, he's got his buddy right behind him. This is exactly how it was in the last call qualifying last night. Both of those drivers were staring down the barrel of not even making this race, and now they both find themselves leading with just a handful to go. What a storyline that would be as it continues to unfold behind them. Christian Budd, reigning race winner, trying to go 2 in a row. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. He's stuck in the middle, 3 wide and squirrely. But look at the 91 fighting back as the 93 of Josh Chin gets turned down the back straightaway, and the caution's out once again. Chin back into traffic. Is he going to get hit? No.
Luckily not, but that means overtime.
It does, and we got more cars spinning down the back straightaway, so it seems like there was even more going on there. Who is that? Is that, oh, it's Andy Trippiano trying to get that car righted in the 71. So I think everybody trying to avoid Josh Chin. Things continued to unfold there. See if we can't go back and see what happened to cause this one. Oh, wow, that was the 2 of Huff sideways on the top. And, oh, there was a car blinking out there, and I think that might have been an actual latency blink on their part, not necessarily on our part. Is that Ryan Hill, or was that Nick Doucette that blinked out? Because it looks like there was netcode that turned Chin. It was Nick Doucette, and it gets into Josh Chin. You can see right there where Chin didn't lose it on his own. He had plenty of help, and I think that was Doucette having a technical issue that sent him spinning. As Doucette continued to have some contact. Having a hard time to see the rest of that, unfortunately. There's where Trippiano got turned. We're just gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way to see what happened to these guys. Oh wow, yeah, we lost a lot of cars behind Chin, or in front of Chin rather. This was right up at the very front of the field. It was Potak that got turned. I wonder who he got help from there. If he did get help. Oh, he definitely got help. I think is that Sean Butler in the 81? It is. But there was contact. There was 2 different wrecks that happened here, because this is right at the very front of the field. There's Melillo and Stewart, and they all kind of come together. Following McAdams, Potak gets into Sean Butler. That turns him into the outside wall. That's where all these guys start spinning across. Bud gets in it. The 24 McKissick. There's where the 71 of Trippiano got involved. Another wreck for Lautenslager, unfortunately. Jose Solis trying to poke his way through. I think he does get away with it. Emily Howe goes spinning. There's Ryan Hill. Sean Peleg, I think, is going to get clipped in this. He does. The 60 of Tristan Baker, I think, will poke his way through. And a big wreck on the backstretch. Hard hit for Trippiano. The 20 car goes around again. Oh, tags McKissick again. I think Carmen Sienna picks her way through that one. As does Alex Bates. I think Cruz gets through with minimal damage. You can see Mauricio's turned. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, unfortunately. And yeah, there's Chin in the background. And while the caution's coming out, the caution's already out at this point, although I don't think they would have had time to react to it. But 2 wrecks in 1 is just the intensity continued to pick up there, David.
The only good news is for this field, they're only going to survive 1 more lap before it is official. When we get to that white flag, it's game on, but it's been tricky. These past 70 laps have been dominated by yellow flag laps, and we really haven't seen anyone break out. So this top 10 has stayed pretty static as long as they themselves haven't been involved with issues.
Yeah, Peschota's been so strong on these restarts, but with the 6 of Cody Nagels up here now, he's been working so hard to get back to the front. He's found his way there, and he's been so hard to beat. And all the other dominant cars around him just aren't there right now, with the exception of maybe the 12 car of Ethan Eckert. But even then, I think, frankly, Cody Nagels has had his number. The 10 of Eric Shearer is in a fantastic position. I think Justin Melillo and Nate Stewart are probably the biggest team pairing you could expect to try and make something happen here, but the 0-3, if he can get to the 6, he'll probably try to help, but it's really anybody's guess. We've lost so many good race cars. Not that the drivers that are up here aren't good, but we've lost so many of those dominant front runners. Sean Butler is up here still, but he's got some damage now from that last wreck. I wouldn't have pit either if I was him. Kevin McAdams, it's hard to say. It looked like the handling was kind of going away on that race car. Bud was involved in the last wreck, so I don't know. You got Ryan Moyer, but he's been everywhere. But the snack bar, unfortunately, he's had to lift about 6 times to stop from killing the field, with just the positions he's been in. He's been a very mature drive from him, but I think it might have been one too many scenarios for him to get himself back into this race. But again, he's not too far out of the shout, I guess, but it's going to be tough. But they do get that point of no return, of course, but so that we will have a green flag finish no matter what. However, it always seems to come down to this on plate races, and it always tends to get a bit silly. But hopefully they can all keep their heads amongst them, and we get a decent finish here at the front of the field. But boy, what would it be for Justin Melillo to win the Winstel 400?
He's set himself up nicely when it matters, so I figure this much. He's got a very real chance at it. Nate Stewart with support, and I'm looking down that list of names. You got 4 rookies in this top 10, so at least half of these drivers don't have the support. And then, of course, Sean Butler, who is a huge asset for Melillo to have. He is in a world of his own when it comes to the position he's in. He's got the track position and the support. He and Sean Butler could break out fast when they go racing again. I think that's going to be the big differentiator.
Yeah, we also got Michael Sturgill. He was making a big move in the middle on that last restart, made some positions before their run stalled out, so don't count him out either. He's willing to make big moves. We saw Melillo and Stewart get to the front, but then they got disconnected, fell apart, and lost the lead again. I wonder if they learned anything on that last restart. I would hope that they would have, so if they can get hooked up again, they can be sure not to let that happen a second time. But it's anybody's guess how this is going to go. It's all bets are off at Daytona. It's about to be a bit of a lottery. But Cody Nagels and Joseph Pechota, the two kind of leaders of each half of this race, out in front. And a green-white checkered finish to settle it. Overtime here at Daytona.
2 laps, first attempt. Let's see how far we go. Green flag is in the air. It's going to be Pechota on the outside. Cody Nagels here, not with the support he'd like it. It's already going to be a scramble, 3 wide and 1 and 2.
Yeah, Melillo tried to make a move, got blocked, and then got separated. So now he's stuck up on the top, and then the caution apparently is back out again before we even get going. And that would be definitely a good reason to bring it out, as we see cars scattering everywhere in the background.
Double overtime. Oh, it took us about 10 or 15 seconds to settle that one, and they're still piled up.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what brought that one out. I imagine it's just a lot of over-aggression here. Of course, this is the time in the race where you're going to have that. You can't really complain about people being over-aggressive on the final restart of the race, but we'll try and very quickly get this squared away to show you a good image of what the heck happened in a second here. Ooh, does it start with McGee? Off into turn 1. Bud gets hip checked. Oh, wow, yeah. It started with McGee, but it wasn't his fault. It looked like Lautenslager got hip checked, and that's where it all started. Carmen Sienna, Sean Pelle. That's half the Winstel Cup Series drivers, pretty much. One fell swoop. Oh, they're already 4 wide here, David. That's what kind of started everything here. Big checkup, big run, and a 4 wide restart. So we'll back this way up. Bryce Saucier does not get a great restart. Brennan McGee trying to make a move to the outside 3 wide. At the same time that's happening, everybody's gaining and checking up off into turn number 1. And now they get 4 wide. You have Jose Solis, Bryce Saucier, and Craig Lautenschlager, and then trying to make momentum on the outside is Brennan McGee and Sean Peleg. They know they need to make those positions if they're going to have any chance to win this race. Unfortunately, 4-1 doesn't really work too well. Netcode to help a little bit, I'm sure, as well. And there you see everybody, pretty much the whole Winstel gang, I'm afraid, gets clobbered in this one. And that's where we lose the cameras for the most part. But yeah, that's just about everybody, David.
I mean, you saw with their heavy hitters again. I mean, Brennan McGee, Alex Bates. You saw Lucas Davila getting involved as well.
There's Carmen Sienna.
Nasty hit. Those are drivers who have been in this mix all night long. There's Tristan Baker, who led laps as well. Carmen Sienna now knocked up in the 54. Brandon Cruz.
Davila again.
0. Unbelievable.
There's Ferry-Nares, another Winstel driver. McKissick, another Winstel Cup Series driver. Ryan A. Hill gets a piece of it. Man, that's the who's who for our 2007 season, all wadded up in turn number 2, I'm afraid. But yeah, what a shame. That you see Tristan Baker, I think you might have mentioned him already, part of that as well. It's just such a shame because he was running so well in the closing stages. I really thought he could have been someone with an opportunity to go be a spoiler in this. I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. You see the 20 car catching some air. Mitchell Howell, who I think actually gets through this as far as I'm aware. So good job to avoid the majority of it, but having to do some landscaping to get it done. But goodness gracious. So as we get down to it, we'll try it again. Another green-white checkered, and now this is where you start to think, I think with all the cautions we've had, that this should be pretty much green to the, or they should be okay to make it on fuel. I don't think that's as big of a factor as it was initially, but Nagels, Shearer, and Pashota, 3 rookies, lead this field. Then a pro-licensed driver of Nate Stewart, and someone who's been around for about as long as I can remember on the scene, Justin Melillo. So it is inexperience versus experience to see who's going to win this one. The young guns or the vets? Do they even get back to the flag?
Rookies are really top heavy now.
Oh, absolutely.
On that top 10, they got a great lineup. I mean, 1, 2, 3, and 6. 5 or 6, when it all settles down, you'll see it fully. But they're in a great spot. And I figured that 1 or 2 of them would get up there, but they've been the story of the race. I mean, Cody's led so many laps. Ethan's been in the fight. The 91 at Pashota has done a great job over the last 30, 40 laps. They're real deals. They're not just in here because, it's luck. They're really changing the story of this race. I think that deserves to be said. I think we'll see it in this final run.
Yeah, I think a lot of the regulars kind of had their jaws on the floor with some of the rookies that have come out and put on a fantastic show. I've been really impressed with Joseph Pashota. I know we haven't talked a ton about him, but he's had a lot of adversity to battle through. He didn't just take the fast repair as far as I know, because there's been damage on that car since about lap 20. Likewise, for Eric Shearer, he was sideways how many times? 3 or 4? He kept it out of the fence just about every time. He's kept the car put together, and now he finds himself in an opportunity to win the biggest race of his career. So, and of course, Cody Nagels, he's been at the front pretty much all day. He's definitely going to earn it if he gets it done. He was very aggressive early, and you said, I don't know that that's going to work, and I agreed with you. I didn't think it was going to work, but with the way things have gone, it's just made it in a way where he's been perfectly aggressive when he needed to be and patient when he didn't need to be aggressive, and it's put him in a wonderful position. He is by far led the most laps tonight, and he's still looking for that last one to be the important one, but 45 laps led tonight as a rookie is certainly nothing to turn your nose up at. He's done a fantastic job. And again, that's not to slight someone like Nate Stewart or Justin Melillo, but these guys have been around for a very long time. They know how to get it done. They know how to make moves. Melillo, I think, is probably the fan favorite at this point, but yeah, someone's saying these guys ain't rookies. They are to the Winstel 400, so that is the important thing to note. These guys come from all over to come and run this race, so they're rookies to Winstel, but not rookies to their respective fields. So it kind of shows how much of a show they put on tonight. But here we go. We'll try it again. Perhaps third time is the charm.
The biggest prize of the night, still just about 2 minutes away. Let's figure out now who of these will take it. Any of these drivers really still have a chance here. They're lined up too wide, so many rows deep, you can't even see all of them. It'll be Cody Nagels on the outside there, and he'll have the number 10, Eric Schur, right with him. Let's see what happens. Eric on the bottom, and it'll be Cody up top. Launch is just about even. Double overtime, 2 laps to go. Let's straighten things out on this second attempt.
Can they get back to the flag this time? They're trying their best not to. About 10th place on back, but everyone just trying to get whatever positions they can. It takes a minute for momentum to build up in these cars on this package. They're doing their best to make it happen. Down the back straightaway for what could be the penultimate time. That's a big wiggle in the back, but all the eyes are focused on the front 5 right now as Shearer and Nagels are neck and neck, both of them triple tandied for just a moment, but here comes Kevin McAdams in the middle with Ryan Moyer as they try and make it happen. It's two-car tandems out front. Nate Stewart pushing Nagels and Shearer getting pushed by Peixoto on the inside. They come to the line for the white flag. 1 lap to go here at Daytona.
That was a massive shunt on the outside that's going to push Dylan Jones and Ethan Eckert out up into the front. Eckert's now going to be glued to this 1-2-3 combination. Nate Stewart left out to dry. It'll be Nagels going down low in 1 and 2. It's going to be a push-up for Nate Stewart. And big contact right behind him.
I cannot believe they didn't just wipe out the whole field right there. It's going to be tough. Nagels, Eckert, and Jones in a 3-car breakaway as they head off into turn 3, much like what we saw at the start of the race. I don't know if anyone's going to get there as we see all kinds of static happening behind them, but Nagels and Eckert side by side. And Eckert's going to pull to the inside now. He's going to try and make the move on Nagels as they come into the start-finish line. He is ahead by about an inch. They're going to be side by side, and the number 12 machine of Ethan Eckert does take it to the flag, and it looks like has won the Winstel 400, the rookie to Winstel, it must be said, who got shuffled at the back after the first 20 laps, finds his way back to the front and makes an amazing move out of turn 4, drops below Cody Nagels, and heartbreaking for Nagels, but what a Cinderella story for Ethan Eckert. He wins the Winstel 400.
Unbelievable. Rookie sensation to win in his very first start. Eckert outlasts them all and wins. And you saw it there. He just pulled to the inside and made it so. A phenomenal job in doing it the way he did.
Absolutely, and he's going to come down onto the front straightaway and burn it down. You see Cody Nagels giving him some congratulatory bumps there. These three, these two, of course, the 0-3 as well, work together for much of this race, and it is Ethan Eckert in the number 12 Dex Imaging Ford Fusion, or Ford Mustang rather, goodness, what is it, 2014? And he will burn it down on the start-finish line here at Daytona, and a very well-earned win from someone who we saw very much at the very start, and fell back quite a bit, worked his way back when it mattered. They come across the line, five cars in about 1/10 of a second or so, and side by side at the line to get the checkered flag. So congrats to Ethan as he continues to burn it down. And a huge congrats to that team. What do you think's going through his mind right now? I gotta wonder.
Wow. I mean, first and foremost, I don't know if he expected it. It's so hard to come into a new group of drivers and expect to win. But knowing Ethan, he's always been competitive, and no matter where he puts himself, he always has that mindset that he is worth the challenge. So with the way he did it right there, calmly using the inside line, that is as Ethan Eckert as it gets. So I'm not shocked. I don't think he's shocked in the sense that he didn't belong. I think he's shocked that he got the position to work out as perfect as it did. Wasn't on the front row for either of those final 2 restarts, and yet broke through, found the opening, and took it there. So I gotta say, for him, I think he should be most shocked and perhaps impressed with himself that he was able to make that fast strategy call on the flip of a coin.
Yeah, absolutely. He did a fantastic job to get up there. And again, he was not, he was working with the 6 and the 0-3 for much of the race, but it seemed like they kind of had his number through the mid phases. Not that Ethan didn't have what it took, but just he got shuffled out quite a few times. So it's kind of interesting to see that he made the run all the way back and ended up being the one laughing at the end of the day versus his competitors. And how about that for Michael Sturgill, by the way, who raced his way from like outside the top 10 back up into what looks like a third place at the line. So great job by Sturge to get up into the podium places and steal that there. Again, a lot happened on the last lap, and unfortunately we've had a ton of issues today with the scoring and with being able to show you accurate images of that. We do apologize, but we did get the very tail end of the finish. We're going to try and see what all we can of the move that Ethan made. You can see there's the whole field pretty much wadding up behind, which is what caused that. Unfortunately, we made a lot of precautions to try and make that not happen tonight, but with the 47 car field, not a whole lot you can do about it. But as they stabilized here coming into the tri-oval, you can see where Nate Stewart tries to go to the outside to make it happen. He had a chance with Melillo on the previous restart. Not quite enough here. He does a nice job trying to send it to the outside, but that pretty much killed all the momentum of the number 6 machine and allowed for the 12 to get that final push with Michael Sturgill right behind, and they found their way to the checkered flag. So congrats to Ethan on winning there, and we'll see if we can't catch up with him in some of the other finishes here very, very shortly. And I think we can actually speak to Ethan Eckert. We'll pull him in. Ethan, this is Christina in the ABM booth. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Well, first of all, congratulations on winning the Winstel 400. That's got to be an amazing feeling. And second of all, what was the plan headed onto the final lap? Was that the move that you had in your head coming into the last lap, or was it just kind of an opportunity that presented itself?
I mean, honestly, me and Cody we're not teammates anymore, but we've been good friends for a long time. We were working together this race. Me, Cody, Dylan, and Baker. But I mean, I was gonna stay with him until either the short stretch coming to the tri-oval or going in. Like, it really just depended. I saw the run that they had on the bottom. I went down there to cover it, and I didn't even really care if I beat Cody or not. I just was trying to defend, so that way one of us got the win, and it ended up being me.
Well, it was a great effort. At the start of the race, you were up at the front. Through the mid-phase, it seemed like you kind of got shuffled out. It took you a while to get back up to the very front of the field. Did that help you, the way that you worked through the field again, whereas you're not necessarily teammates, but your compatriots, I guess we'll say, were kind of at the front for most of the day? Did you find yourself relying on that knowledge that you had from racing back through the field to help, or was it just one of those things? I
mean, I run this combo with Gen 6 at Daytona all the time, so I know how it works pretty well. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was a lot more difficult going through the field than I expected it to be, because of how gridlocked it was. There wasn't many moves to be made. You just kind of had to get lucky when a hole opened up. So, I mean, yeah, it helped a little bit, and just a little bit better on how the runs work and all that with this setup that you guys used. So, I mean, yeah, it helped a little bit, but not as much as what you'd think.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's interesting to know that, though, because we can only see so much from up here in the booth, of course, so it's great to get the first-hand response. I got to ask you, of course, we'll let you shout out, of course, anybody you'd like to at this point, but I also have to ask, where does this rank for you on your career race wins? This is a pretty big deal. You're taking home a pretty fat paycheck.
Man, I honestly don't know, because Cody, he texted me a couple days ago, and he's like, hey, come run this with me, and I'm like, all right, yeah, sure, why not? So I honestly don't know too much about this or how big of an event it is, so I can't really answer that as truthfully as I want to. So, like,
sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely up there. I mean, any Daytona, I guess, kind of 500, but 400, it's getting around that time of year, and any one of those is a pretty big win. So it's definitely up there. So yeah, and then shout outs to you guys for broadcasting, Cody, Dylan Jones, Matthew Baker, everyone for racing. I think his name is Brennan, the guy that puts this on.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's it. The race control. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well.
And, yeah, thank you guys again.
Yeah, of course. Well, congratulations, Ethan. I'm sure you might do some looking around to see some of the other names surrounding you on this. You join a very populated list of some very strong drivers that have won this event. So huge congrats to you. You did a fantastic job tonight to race your way back into position to get it, and you made a fantastic move to get it done. So enjoy it very much, and a huge congrats to you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And David, I think you might have caught up with our second place finisher of Cody Nagels.
And he's with us in the broadcast booth right now. Cody, a strong race, podium finish, and a lot of laps led. How was it out there?
The first half of the race was a blast. Seemed like everyone got, it felt like everyone just got a little anxious as the race wore on, and it didn't really feel like anyone was willing to give a whole lot. But it was weird because it seemed like a lot of it was kind of back a little ways, and it's kind of confusing to race like that. I don't know, but I mean, it's still a good result. You know, I was working with Ethan, and I knew he was going to make a move on me there at the end. There was a run on the bottom. I knew somebody needed to go cover it. It made more sense for him to do it, but when the second he dropped, obviously I got really no one behind me. So at that point, I'm a little bit of a sitting duck, but I'm glad he was able to make the move. And then Dylan, I was working with Dylan, and he got fourth. So it was a good team result nonetheless. But definitely was a lot of luck to even be in a position there at the end, because there was a lot of front runners that just got caught up in some crap at one point or another.
And by all accounts, you found yourself making some noise from the very beginning. That first half, you and Dylan Jones seemed to be quite the pair. Can you talk us through that? Because you guys had it locked down for a long while.
Yeah, we've worked together for a little bit now. He's one of my newer teammates, but Dylan's been around the service for a long time, and we've kind of noticed that we have a little better chemistry when he's pushing and I'm leading versus the other way around. He kind of has a knack for being able to just stay glued and centered to your bumper, but he doesn't necessarily like being the car leading. So it's just nice to be able to have him, because when I know he's behind me, I don't think I've ever gotten hooked by him. So it's hats off to him for just knowing when to push, because a lot of times it ain't even necessarily about how you're pushing. It's just you don't want to push off exit or when the car's getting tight, and you just kind of got to understand that. And he's got a really good understanding for the package, and it showed.
Without a doubt, that chemistry making a big difference from the start of the night to the very end here. Of course, making your way in, one of those first-timers to get it going here in Winstel. How do you think you'll be going along? You think we'll be seeing you a little bit more throughout the year?
Yeah, I definitely would like to start running some more here. I had never actually heard about it, but Andrew sent Dylan an invite, and then Dylan hit me up about it, and I definitely am interested in some of the stuff that's going on here, and I like that it's been running for, I heard, 14 years, so that's very incredible. So yeah, seems like a good group of people over here. You should see me around a little bit more in the future, and yeah.
Cody Nagels coming in second today from Daytona. If you have any final shout-outs you'd like to send, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for putting on a broadcast, everyone at Winstel for putting on the race, my teammates at MBG for working with me, Andrew for giving us the invite, and then I was working with Ethan, Dylan, and Baker. Shout out to them guys. Shout out to the good Lord above, and special shout out to my mom, because she got admitted in the hospital and probably going to be there for a few days, so definitely thinking about her.
Cody, P2 with a spirited drive today. Thank you for stopping by and racing. We're wishing the best of luck, of course, for your mom.
Thank you. God bless.
With Cody on the way, Christina, you'll be standing by with our third place finisher. Michael's joining us right now.
Yeah, I'm here with Michael Sturgill, P3, on an incredible drive on the green-white checker to make up a ton of positions. Only ending up too short, but I'm going to guess that looking at where you restarted on the final green-white checkered, you're not too upset about that at all.
Yeah, no, not too upset. I think I restarted like 12th there. Figured just protect the right rear and see what happens. And it got a little crazy, and I was able to make it through for third.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a very up and down race for you. It seemed like kind of getting stuck in the middle, and it seemed a bit of a hornet's nest beyond the top 10 for most of the night. But what was the package like from your, or the race rather, from your point of view? Did it seem like it was harder to pass than you were expecting? What was kind of the mentality?
Yeah, it seemed a little harder to pass than the past couple years. And I'm not sure why the setup's the same as it has been. So really, my strategy was just to try to ride around till the end and not get caught up in anything too bad. I actually didn't use my fast repair. I had like 2 minutes of damage, got that fixed, and the car seemed all right. So saved it, so didn't get involved in anything too crazy, and was able to be there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Walk us through, I guess, the last couple of green-white checkers. It's had to be so difficult with all the stop and start towards the end, you trying to claw your way back up. We saw on the penultimate restart, you made an incredible move through the middle, but it seemed like the run had stalled out. Was there really a plan for you besides just protect the right rear and try and avoid the craziness, or what was kind of it like with the tail end there?
Yeah, on the one where I ran up through the middle, I mean, I had a huge run, and yeah, it's just, I thought I was going to be able to get to the middle, clear the bottom line, get down there, but that didn't work out. So yeah, for that final one, it was all just protect the right rear and see where I ended up, really.
Well, P3 at the end of the day, not too terrible whatsoever, and a great effort from you and that number 90 team. If there's anybody you want to shout out now, of course, is the time to do it. Otherwise, congrats on a podium finish and a great recovery on that last green-white checkered.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I want to shout out the broadcast team for it probably was hard there at the end to keep it entertaining with all the pacing. Everyone at Winstel, this is probably one of the events I look forward to the most all year. It usually is a lot better than this. Not so many wrecks, but you'll have that sometimes. And then shout out to everyone watching, including my parents, the girlfriend, and my baby. And I think that's got it.
All right, well, Michael Sturgill on the podium in the end of tonight's race, survived all the fireworks and brings home a great finish. So congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
And now, as we work our way back through, I believe these are not going to be too affected, David, by the flashing and flickering across the line, but we will have a look at our final race results. Again, this is unofficial results to the event, but this is how they came across the line as shown. Of course, we just talked to Ethan Eckert, Cody Nagels, and Michael Sturgill, all from totally different parts of the grid. A 46th starting place to a second place finish for Cody Nagels. I think that might be a record for most positions gained in the Winstel 400. Of course, Dylan Jones in fourth place was up at the front for most of the day, just shy of the podium finish. Nate Stewart in fifth, a great effort from him. Of course, one of the last call qualifying drivers making it in. And how about our very own Carmen Sienna throughout all the melee there? She ends up putting it in sixth place from a 43rd starting spot. So a huge heartfelt congratulations to her. She's done a fantastic job picking her way through. Likewise to Eric Shearer, another one of the rookies that had a lot of adversity to fight through. He finds himself P7 when it's all said and done, also from 45th on the grid. So they all did a fantastic job to work their way back through. Jacob Bradley in the number 50, a great effort from him for an 8th place finish. The rookie Joseph Peixoto was up at the front for much of the final stages of the race. Probably a little heartbreaking to walk away with only 9th, but a great effort nonetheless. Jose Solis Jr. with a top 10. Lucas Davila, who poor guy hit by just about everybody, ends up still coming home with an 11th place for the Argentine. So a fantastic effort from him to put it back on track and get it home in the top 12, with Christian Budd just behind. Justin Melillo looked like for a minute the Cinderella story might come true, but not quite to be tonight, but still a great effort and a great opportunity. Of course, another one of the transfer drivers that made it in and made the most of his spot. Colt Huff in that beautiful Greg Biffle throwback. We saw him get turned, recovered from that, and get to top 15. Brandon McKissick involved in a couple of those big ones at the end. The pole sitter is not going to be able to get a good result this time around, but still gets top 15. Philip Snipes, Josh Chin, David Petchel, and Peter Smetana, and Lewis Ettinger rounding out the top 20. Then it's Andrew Ferry-Nares, Alex Bates, another one of the transfer drivers on the last call quali, Ken Campbell, and Matthew Baker, the top 24. And then things start to get a little bit topsy-turvy here. This might be a result of some of the blinking at the tail end. Again, some of this might be because we had more than 40 starters. but is showing Mitchell Howland 40th, Andy Trippiano 25th, Brandon Cruz 26th, Ryan Moyer, Kevin McAdams, Nick Pressey, Sean Pellig, Emily Howe, Mitchell Samito, Brennan McGee, Ashley Kolnix, and Gabe Mauricio, and then Ryan Hill, Craig Lautenschlager, Sean Butler, Jeremy B. Davis, Bryce Saucier, Aaron Smith, Nick Doucette, Tristan Baker, Ty McWhirter, Jacob Potak not finishing this race, and Parker Alexander making it to about lap 96 before he unfortunately had to take it behind the wall. And that is unofficially the results of the Winstel 400. We know for sure the first 10 or so are official, and the rest probably subject to post-race review and some of the technical issues that we were suffering throughout tonight's broadcast. But we made it, and we got there. We did get a decent finish nonetheless, and I think definitely one of the deserving drivers won the race tonight, and a great effort from that whole group. So with that,
What a
go ahead.
race.
Yeah.
I mean, what a night, Christina. That was it was a tale of two different races. You would think the first half was a lot different from the second. I mean, without a doubt, the pacing and all the anticipation that led to that moment. And I first want to ask you, what was it like? I mean, the build up to that moment, it was a lot for a small run, but it delivered. And we had two rookies standing first and second at the end of it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't know. I really enjoyed the first half of this race. I think as a racer, I think we heard some of the frustration, especially when we were speaking to some of the post-race. That stop and start racing is not a race car driver's favorite kind of thing to do. But it did make it pretty exciting. We got a grandstand finish at the end. And of course, like I said, I think the important thing, the racer in me is just glad that somebody that was this quick and deserving won this race. As much as I love an underdog winner, that's always great. But we saw the 12 car at the front. Eckert had been at the front to the back. He had to fight through the adversity. He was involved in some of those crashes, but he found himself in victory lane, and I think he definitely deserved it. So I'm happy with that. We can take that. Frankly, I'm just happy that the broadcast booth got there before it fell out of the grandstands. So with the struggles we've had on the track tonight. So, but as far as the racing product goes, it's another solid Winstel 400, and I'm looking forward to the next year. It'll be the 15th annual. It'll be a big event, I'm sure, with the 15th anniversary being a big deal. So very much looking forward to that. I wonder, maybe we'll be sharing the booth again. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I had a good time. It's been an honor sharing the booth with you yet again. Happy to do it anytime in the future. But as far as that goes, we do have ABN tomorrow night at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be with Carmen Sienna, who, again, huge congrats to her for grabbing a top 10 on her first Winstel 400. You can see her in the background there. She did a great job to put herself in position. She'll be back up in the booth where she normally is tomorrow night to bring you coverage of the HTL Cup Series playoff race at Darlington. That'll be a fun one to watch with the open setups they've been having going on over there. And then, of course, you can catch the Winstel 2007 Cup Series season later on this spring right here on ABN. And other than that, that's about all I got. David, any closing thoughts from you?
It's wonderful to keep the tradition going, and this time around, of course, we're seeing new faces on the rise. The one thing about this Winstel 400, looking through the years, great drivers win this race. So if it's any indicator, the drivers who finished up in front today, like Ethan Eckert, who won it, and the drivers surrounding him at this photo finish, if we see these drivers anymore in the future, I'm sure they're going to do great things, and this was only just the beginning. So warm welcome to this new crop of talent. Very exciting to see what they did on the racetrack tonight, because they made the most of the moment, and they absolutely lived up to it. That is very exciting. And of course, this is the best introduction for the year of Winstel. And then we get going with that 2007 season, and the full year of fun begins. That's going to be a thriller here on ABN. And of course, Christina, I'm sure you're going to be involved racing, and it's going to be wonderful to see you there. And it's great to work with the entire ABN team and bring this action out. The Winstel 400, such a big race. Always a thrill and a privilege to come back and work this one. So, of course, hope the fans enjoyed it. I hope the drivers look back and like this one, of course, when they see all the action from our side of the story. And I think that this is indicative. There's going to be some great new drivers to look out for this year in Winstel.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be noted again, just because they're rookies to the Winstel 400 doesn't mean they haven't accomplished plenty of great things outside of the Winstel sphere. And they're proving that today, that just because they have the yellow bumpers doesn't mean they don't know how to drive the race car. And Ethan Eckert stunning the Winstel world, but probably to his fans and his friends' chagrin, not at all surprised to see that number 12 in victory lane. And I don't think we'll be surprised to see him running up front in any future events either. So yeah, huge congrats to them, and again, all the rookie class, in a lot of rookies in the top 15 to finish here, so great to see it. But yeah, like you said, I can't wait to get back in the race car. We get the Gen 4 cars out, and then we get to race the COTs in a league competition for the first time in a very long time, and that is something I'm very much looking forward to. I love the Gen 5. It's one of my favorite cars on the service, so hopefully I'll find my way to victory lane at some point in my career in Winstel, but if not, it'll still be fun nonetheless, and hopefully get to talk to you some more as the race car driver. But yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be a great year for racing. 2026 is very bright for some good competition. It gets better and better every year, especially in the Cup Series sides of things. It was the most competitive year we ever had, and I'm very much looking forward to that. You're not going to want to miss that whatsoever. And of course, things going on ABN with HTL, and then the Champ Car World Series. It's a lot of can't miss action, so hit that follow button and hit the subscribe button if you want to support. And again, huge thanks to everybody for coming out tonight, and can't wait to see you all again.